That's what we do.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? How y'all feeling this morning? Hey, again, apologize for being a couple minutes late here, but wanted to come on in here and give y'all that start to the behind the scenes. I do have to say real quick, Uncle Mike said, "Hey, cousins." That's the first time I've seen somebody call people cousins, but I'll take it. First time viewer here. Man, look, Uncle Mike, I want to tell you something. Hopefully you can sit back, enjoy your morning. If you're not sitting back, hopefully if you're getting some work done or if you're just doing some errands, whatever the case may be, hopefully we can suffice for you, give you some excellent entertainment, some excellent content for the next, in case you don't know, Uncle Mike, we go about 3+ hours. So hopefully you have plenty of entertainment to keep you going throughout this fine Saturday morning.
And like Steel and I were just talking, that's right, Uncle Mike, you are tuned in to one of the shows that Jim Ryan listens to get the Sony strategy down pat. Let me tell you that. We are giving the man billion-dollar ideas, and that ain't no joke. If you go listen to what he just recently had to say on his whatever that was. What was that? Was that an internal investor meeting or something, or an internal group meeting? I don't know what that was. But listen, he was repeating some of the same stuff you would have been hearing here and other places for months now if you're listening to the right show. So thank you for tuning in, Uncle Mike. Steel and I just have a good time here. This is unplanned, unscripted, and we just go about our business and talk, and we bring the chat in. So if you got something interesting to say, please go ahead and share it, and we may obviously talk and discuss about it. So, but no, thanks for being here, Uncle Mike. We appreciate it. Everybody showing up here every Saturday, and it's always great to see new viewers.
It always is, man. It's a beautiful thing again for us not to be so scripted. Not to say that like that's the way we would love for it to be, but I would like for us to have a little bit more of a hey, here's kind of the bullet points or whatever the case might be, just to have a little bit better for some people. Also, I think it would make it easier for us for like timestamps and things like that. But again, I mean, we get it done regardless. So it's like
that's not how it's ever going to work. Steel,
no,
come on,
not.
man. You and I would be so far off topic, we'd never stay on track.
It wouldn't end up working like that anyway. Because one of the things that I at least believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and even the people in the chat, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Again, for those who are new here, we are in like the pre-stage, basically behind the scenes, kind of having those kind of conversations right now, but. For me, it's being able to come together and just have, I don't want to say legitimate conversations, because all conversations can be legitimate, but just having authentic conversations. You know what I mean? It's something to where when you have a planned conversation, like, hey man, we're gonna talk about these things. These are the points we want to hit. We're gonna stay in this time, and it makes it feel. And a lot of times, I'm not saying this is for everybody. But a lot of times it makes it come off as if how Jim Ryan did in this most recent meeting. But you're just talking. You're just, hey, I think I might the numbers they just look really sometimes it goes like that. And for those who don't know, it's a play off of how Jim Ryan was kind of addressing the questions and the conversations he was having. The QA that he had this week, that was on the 26th, I believe it was a couple days ago, where he was talking to different people. I honestly wanted to find out what the name of that was. Every time that I look it up, I had the link originally, but my computer had a forced shutdown, so I don't know where that's at now. But yeah, man, I just feel like it adds a completely different level the way that we do it. Again, no knock against everybody else, but hopefully you all enjoy it. That's the main thing. I haven't got any hate mail or anything like that, so nobody's like, oh, you guys are complete trash. So, but even if we did, like, constructive criticism is always something that's important. Being able to, the fact that me and Pong just kind of bounce off each other, the different perspectives, even though a lot of the time we do kind of see things typically the same, there's always a different perspective that we kind of come from, which is why I say we take that RTS view, real-time strategy, and pull ourselves out of the world go into the darker crevices of the map and pull our resources together, because literally that's what we do throughout the week, right? We're listening to different things. Like one of the things that I thought about last night, and I don't know if this has kind of affected your gaming too, Pong, is that ever since I started doing this podcasting thing, like my whole like gaming, like how I game and everything, it was already kind of changing since I kind of started listening to podcasts. But when I started getting invested into the community, and well, more invested, I should say, because I've always been invested, but more invested in kind of putting myself out there, I find myself kind of playing games or doing things that allow me to also listen to podcasts, music, whatever else the case might be. And it kind of causes me to put certain games on a back burner, because I want to, because real life is always going to get on the way, right? If I had all day just to listen to content and then play games, it might be something different, but I don't. So it's like, you know, I have my real life, and then, you know, I sit down, I get my gaming in, you know, you got work, you sit down after, you get your gaming in, and it's like, okay, well, I also need to consume what's going on throughout the entertainment industry, right? What's going on in gaming, what's going on with movies, what's going on in music, what's going on overall. And what I find myself doing is just playing certain games so I can make sure that I'm checked in, or I have it playing in the background in 1 ear, or whatever the case might be. Is that something that's affected like your game time too, Paul, where you kind of find yourself doing that, or you kind of just play whatever and then you just put on whatever at the time and then?
Yeah, I have a hard time. I have a hard time playing games and listening at the same time. I'm better at it, but at the same, if I'm playing something where it's mindless,
Yeah.
I can do that, right? But if I'm playing something that I'm into, like, man, I'm like into it. Like
Right.
that's my whole thing. Like when I'm playing a single player game, that's why I don't open up my parties and play online, like show everybody I'm online, because for me, and I know a lot of people do it differently, but for me, when I'm in the single player experience specifically,
Right.
I can't have a whole lot of chatter all the time. Like it's just like I want to focus on the game. Like I know it's like cool and it's supposed to, it's just me. Like I get into my games when I'm there in that zone.
Right.
So, but yeah, no, I've definitely found, again, it's gotten real hard because before at work, I could listen to everybody's show and I could be everywhere and I had, nothing to do. So I was listening all the time. But now, especially now that I'm doing, 5 shows, depending on if I'm on Xbox Factor or not during the week, I find myself listening to less shows, but I have specific shows that I do go to try to hear some different perspectives about current stuff that's happening, right? So I do try to fit those in, but I've definitely just been overall affected by real life getting back to normal after the pandemic. My game time has definitely taken a hit here. So, but that's real life. Like you said, Steele, you got to do what you got to do. So I got to get in when I got to get in, when I can. And that's a period. Some people have 2 hours a week. Some people have, 30 hours a week to get into this stuff. For me, I'm somewhere probably in the middle of that. So that's where I'm at with it. But you're right, Steele. It's just, it's trying to find that balance. I know you're very good at listening, playing. You could even be listening, playing, and being in a chat with me and others, and you're all good. Like man, my brain just don't work that way, bro.
I mean, there's certain days where it does mess it up, but
I was gonna say, quick shout out to Fun Speculation, brother from another, Mav, sitting out in line at GameStop for the third time, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mav. Third time picking up a PS5. This man, I tell you something. What else? But he got there at 7 a.m. Central Time for a store opening at 10 a.m. and they have 3 PS5s, and he's third in line. That's how you do it. That's what I'm talking about. That's the old school.
Yeah,
that's
if you're gonna go out and do it, you might as well do it the right way, and that's definitely the right way for sure. I'm gonna continue to get the rest of some other things set up here. Silverback says, so we're gonna get more AAA content from Jim Ryan or from us? Because from Jim Ryan, he said it's coming, but here we're gonna have to go a little bit of a different approach as they invest in more into their bigger games. I know that there was some. Again, there are some points that we've brought up here, like you have to have something that's going to fund your AAA games or those third-person, over-the-shoulder action adventure games that people love so much. And again, even he said in his Q&A meeting that it's a narrow market. He said it in the previous in the previous breakdown that he did for it's on the 26th that he did, that he said it there also, that you know that avenue is a narrow market and he wants to be able to open it up. And you know, we've been talking about how, and again, still pre-show, so just kind of giving you some points of what we're going to end up talking about, because this may be a big piece, it could be a medium piece, who knows. But like we've mentioned here, Microsoft is seemingly setting the stage of where the future needs to go, at least opening, not saying that it has to go their way, but that the digital era is closer to being upon us than anything else, right? There has to be things that change. Just looking at AAA games, I know a lot of people love that. I know that's what a lot of people are looking for, but AAA games are not the thing that's selling like they used to, right? And again, me and Pong kind of had this kind of back and forth back in the day, and this is something that we partially agree on, but we partially don't, because I am of the mindset that AAA games don't matter as much as they used to. The games that do matter, sure, some of them are AAA games, and a lot of them have been out for a long time. Shout out to GTA. And then, you know, you got your Call of Duties, which is kind of like an of course because it's out on everything. And even in the most recent meeting with Jim Ryan, she even showed those numbers. You know, free to play, you know, it's been helping us grow. He said that. So it's like, when you're seeing the numbers and you're seeing the kind of world changing around you and people having a different approach, you have to start approaching things differently. Like using the archaic thinking, oh, we have to have this to sell this box, and oh, we gotta have these types of games, and it's not like that anymore. Because again, like I will always say, we are in the age of accessibility. Things are about to change very rapidly. Not to say that we're gonna lose quality, because we shouldn't be losing quality, period. I don't care what games come out, we shouldn't be losing quality. I actually think we're going to end up getting games of higher quality because these studios and these companies aren't dependent on certain IPs to do well, this to do well, being able to approach a live service market and have a couple games. If you have 10 games you're planning to put out and 2 do well and blow it out of the water, you have a Fortnite, you got a Call of Duty under your belt, you got a Minecraft under your belt, you got a Roblox under your belt, something like that. That sets you straight for what the next 10 years or whatever you're trying to accomplish, right? And again, that's part of the reason why they brought Bungie in. He said it again during that meeting that, you know, the biggest reason we brought Bungie in was so we can understand how live service games work. And we wanted to be able to have that internally. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much exactly what he said. So, with that being said, we're at 15 now. Pong, was there anything last second that you wanted to kind of get in here before we actually start the show?
Nah, shout out to everybody though for the birthday wishes yesterday. I really appreciate it, and even earlier than that, because I posted a happy early birthday to myself with Sniper Elite 5 showing up in Game Pass on Wednesday night, which was freaking amazing. But no, thank you everybody for the birthday wishes. Again, love this community, love all of you, and it does. Again, it's just another day for me at this point. Once you get this old, it's like whatever. But it's still nice to feel the love, and there ain't no denying that. So again, just thank you, everybody. But let's get down to business, Steel. We got a lot to talk about. You're already giving people some of that energy,
a little sauce. I just wanted to give a little bit of sauce,
some of that talk,
just a little bit, just a little bit before the show. Got to give them a direction that we're going in today, like we always do, man. We're always taking the people somewhere. So I think that's a beautiful thing. Again, no other place I'd rather be here on a Sunday morning. Glad you guys are here with us. Chat again. Nothing but appreciation, nothing but love, nothing but thanks. Again, seeing you know, you guys come in consistently on a week-to-week basis. Even some of you who are usually here towards the end of our show are here earlier, and that's a beautiful thing. Again, you have to catch us live to get these behind-the-scene moments where we're having these conversations, because our audio listeners aren't going to get this. They're going to get the straight intro. Of course, they're going to get that energy and everything else. That's just part of the show. But again, and I'll mention it again when we end up going live, but thank you all for being here. It's nothing but love, much appreciation. And again, hopefully we can grow kind of as a community, man, because that's the biggest thing for me. Last thing behind the scenes is that I want to be able to not just start a collective, but kind of start a foundation or be part of the foundation for a community that just kind of supports itself, right? Where we kind of look to each other to continuously push ourselves up. You know, when one goes up, the others help pull them up to help them be great also, and then we can all support each other and we can all do this together, even if we come from different perspectives, right? As long as we can, I feel like that's one of the key components that's missing from the community side of things, is that we don't look to ourselves, or we're too judgmental, or whatever the case, where we don't have to work for IGN or anything. We could essentially support ourselves and become something completely different, maybe even our own brand at that point. But that's a whole different thing, a whole nother side tangent. Give you a little bit of things I think about behind the scenes. But let's go ahead and get this shit started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us behind the scenes, but we gotta start the recording process. So with that being said, here we go. Oh, and of course, you're not going to hear the music. Talk for me real quick, Pong.
Hello, Steel. Let's get
you're coming through clean. Okay. So OBS took it fine. So that didn't. That's perfect. All right. So I'm going to stop that recording. I'm going to start it again. Rewind it back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning and welcome to episode 58 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain, and I'm here with my brother from another, otherwise known as the Uncanny Gentleman, who I will introduce here in a second because the illustrious man himself has to have a proper intro. But before I do that, gotta pay some bills behind the scenes and take care of some things by saying, one, I want to thank the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for continuing to support us here at Living Splitscreen, and just continuing to be a main proponent of what we do here, allowing us to continue to be us and just continuing to grow the collective, man. Again, it's a beautiful thing. Talking a little bit behind the scenes about growth and helping each other build each other up. It's just it's a beautiful thing when people can work together. Maybe you don't agree on everything, but you understand that you're working towards a bigger goal. Second, today, for those who are joining us live, I got some Sniper Elite 5 gameplay for you guys in the background today. Again, as I do on a week-to-week basis, you're getting that pure, raw, and uncut gameplay from myself. Me being someone who is newer to the Sniper Elite franchise, I'm actually having a pretty decent time. Although Sniper Elite does have some faults for me that I do want to talk about, and it's more so a me problem than the game, right? But that's neither here or there. We'll definitely talk about it because we have had some good times with it, and I've had some good times with it since it's come out, and I believe it came out on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
Wednesday.
It came out Wednesday. Wednesday night is when we actually started playing it. So
25th.
So shout out to Sniper Elite. It's in Game Pass for those who are not familiar with it. Give it a shot, man. I think it's definitely a solid game. Definitely brings in some of those elements of the old Splinter Cell that we kind of have been missing, and it's actually kind of really it really has me fiending more for a newer Splinter Cell, to me personally. But with that being said, what else do I need to get in here? Also, for those who are listening live, if you end up listening to us on the audio platforms also, look, it definitely would help us out if you guys could definitely send us some reviews in, let us know how we're doing. Again, it just helps with the metrics and the algorithms, and just helps us get out there a little bit more. So if you guys can please get out there on those audio platforms. Again, we are on Spotify, we're on Apple, we're on Google Podcasts, we're on Anchor FM. Anchor FM is going to be the main place if you want to get everything in one central area, because from Anchor FM it takes you everywhere else. So but anywhere you can catch your podcast or RSS feeds, please check those out. Leave us a review, let us know how you're feeling us. Leave us a 5-star review if you're ever so kind. If not, tell us why we're not that great so we can continue to improve. But I have to introduce one of the most amazing gentlemen, at least to me, one of the guys that I'm probably most grateful for meeting here within the last couple of years, man. And again, like I said in the beginning, he's the Uncanny Gentleman. He is the X-Man himself, but he is not Cyclops. My guy, Pong Steel. What is going on, brother, from another? How you feeling this week? Again, another week where we haven't had a lot of time to go back and forth. I know we had a little conversation, but was mostly just game talk on Wednesday. How you feeling, man? Tell me. Talk to the people, man. What's going on?
Thanks for not making me Cyclops, by the way. I appreciate that. Probably on the bottom rung of my X-Men favorites. And I know he's a classic. I know he's been around since the beginning, but Cyclops was one of the weakest characters ever for X-Men. That's just my personal opinion. Look, it is what it is, but no, thank you for not making me that. Hey, listen, everybody. It is great to be back. Living Split Screen. That's right. Episode 58. We are in season 2. We are on that mission 1K. So like Steel said, the business side of things, please hit that like button if you can, if you enjoy what you are hearing, and share it out if you've got an extra second or two, because it does help us with that mission 1K. We want the new Uncle Mike's coming in here on a weekly basis and saying hi. That's what we're here to do, is to grow this community. But listen, been one hell of a week for me personally. Not the birthday week that I was planning in any way, shape, or form. Things went sideways. Life thrown curveball after curveball, and I'm a terrible curveball hitter. So I was close to striking out this week, man. Let me tell you something. But we are here. It is Saturday morning. We have a lot of gaming news. Hey, I do want to give a quick shout out.
Yeah.
First of all, to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective, Wandering Dutch, and the entire crew over there. For people who don't know, Wandering Dutch has put together the collective as a group of podcasts, a group of gamers who kind of just support each other. That's what it's all about, right? And that's behind the scenes. But quick shout out to Xbox International for joining the Midweek Mix-Up Collective this week. Those guys are just amazing dudes. Crazy Louie, Sour Blow Gaming, Silent Cypher. Look, go check them out. They even do a Spanish game show. Crazy Louie and Sour Blow do a Spanish game show, or game podcast, I should say, game podcast as well. So if you are a Spanish speaker or somebody who likes to listen in Spanish, go check them out. But they also do a regular show called Xbox International, and it's freaking fantastic. But they joined the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. Proud to have them as a part of what we do here. And Wandering Dutch is amazing for creating the support opportunity that we get as well. So just want to give a quick shout out there. But listen, my week's been crazy, like I said, and didn't get as much gaming in as I normally would. Just been rocking out pretty much the usual stuff. I haven't dipped my toes into anything out of the ordinary, except for, of course, Sniper Elite 5 when that dropped on Wednesday. Like Steel said, him and I ran through we ran through a couple chapters of the campaign. I am finally happy. If anybody's been listening to the show, everybody knows that I've been playing Sniper Elite since it first started 16 years ago. And I've always been a big fan of what Rebellion does. Again, for a franchise that is 16 years old, that has never changed the main character, that has stayed in one timeline, which is World War II, for them to finally start getting some recognition, I am extremely happy. Not to say that they've never done well, considering they're a double A studio. If you look at it, Sniper Elite has hung around and it's continued to produce, and they produce good results. But for them to finally get the reviewers on board and then to get into a service like Game Pass, getting more eyes on their game and people figuring out, hey, this is pretty dang good. That's what I love to see, man. Rebellion is on my list of studios I would love for when the Activision Blizzard deal finally gets done, that Xbox goes and brings underneath the umbrella, because I want to see this team have time and resources to take, whether it's Sniper Elite or whether they branch off and they do something else. I think they could do something special.
Yeah.
The graphics, again, I have never said that, oh my God, you're just going to walk in and be like, wow, this is crazy good. They don't do like cutting edge. Again, they're double A studio. They're trying to do triple A. And I think that you could argue Sniper Elite 5 is triple A.
Mhm.
But at the same time, the graphics are just, there's something special about them. They're sharp. They're sharp. The worlds are detailed. And it just pops off the screen for me. Every time I pop into Sniper Elite, I'm like, dang, this feels good.
Right.
There's just certain studios that do things where you just know who they are. Sony has those studios as well, where you pop in a Sony game and it has a lot to do with their engines over there. But it's just something like, yeah, I know that. I know that. Square Enix, another one where you just know that's a Square Enix title. And then Rebellion's the same with Sniper Elite. So just really good game. They've upped every part of the game. They've increased, the skills. They went to a new skill tree kind of system. Very cool there. Like Steel noticed right out the gates that the traversal felt a lot cleaner, a lot smoother this time around. The X-ray slow motion shots never get old. I turn it up to the highest setting possible so that I get the most of those action shots. They really, for me, again, not for everybody, but for me, they never get old. It is always cool to see that bullet taking out a brain, taking out a heart, maybe even taking out some testicles. Look, the shit just does not get old. I absolutely love it, man. So Steel and I had a great time on the campaign. I know you got to jump into some multiplayer.
Yeah.
Mav and everybody. I went to bed. So I have not jumped into that yet. I'm planning on jumping into some of that this weekend here, but really enjoying my time with Sniper Elite 5. And shout out to Rebellion. Again, a studio that has been doing this for a very long time. They've made more than just the Sniper Elite series, but they just don't get the recognition all the time. And this one right here is now. I've been here. I've seen more people jump in than again, this is what Game Pass does. There's people out here in this community that had never thought they'd touch a Sniper Elite game, and they're popping it in. And like you said, Steel, it's got a little bit of it's got some stealth to it, but you can rock out too. You and me, Steel, playing co-op. We have moments where we're trying to be stealthy, and it just turned into a full out just battle, right? And at the same time, either way, whether you're playing it stealth mode or whether you're playing it full out action, just go for it, guns blazing. They're both exciting. They're both fun ways to do it. When those alarms go off and those Nazis are coming in waves, it's crazy, man. It can get kind of crazy. So loving Sniper Elite 5. Hope everybody else has had a chance to try it out. But yeah, Steel, we've got some gaming news. Hasn't been the biggest week. But man, PlayStation is still just in the headlines one way or another. And there's some interesting things, Steel gave you some behind the scenes look at that if you were there for that, as far as what Jim Ryan's been talking about. And he came out and basically mimicked exactly what Steel and I have been talking about here and what we've said on other shows as well. And it's kind of funny. Jim's now telling his fanatical fan base, Steel, the roadmap that they're going down. So, but we'll get into that. Glad to see everybody here. Thank you all, chat, for being here and joining us. Love you all. And let's get down to business, Steel. What else have you had going on this week, sir?
For me, not too much, man. Again, since Sniper Elite 5 has come out, I've been kind of in that. Other than that, I've been kind of bouncing between a few things. I've been in and out of Halo Infinite. Again, with me not playing as consistently as I would like, I'm definitely starting to feel that, man. Halo's one of those first-person shooters to where it's not like Call of Duty where you can just jump in, you get adapt pretty quick, and then boom, you're good to go. Halo's one of those, especially if you play at a certain level. Let's say, because the way that Halo's matchmaking and everything works currently, this is kind of something that has been there in the past and it's continuing to need work on. But because it is skill-based, people like myself who I would say that aren't necessarily like your average gamer, whatever the case might be. We play at a certain level. There's a certain level of expectation or whatever the case might be. What ends up happening is if someone like myself puts the controller down for like a week, or if I jump out of just like that Halo bubble for a week, I end up, when I jump back in, it's not going to adjust me being gone for a week. It's going to put me right back in with people who play at that level. And when you're gone from something for a bit, it takes a minute to get readjusted, especially when you're playing other games. It'd be different if I only was playing Halo. But Halo doesn't feel the same to Call of Duty. Call of Duty doesn't feel the same to Fortnite. Fortnite doesn't feel the same to Apex, so on and so forth. And these are all games that I've kind of been touching on here and there. My brother's been jumping in, jump back into Elden Ring, got some PvP in there. Was fighting with one of my homies who was just wrecking me. Because again, it's another game that I haven't played in 2 to 3 weeks, right? Since I beat it. And I'm over level 300 or whatever the case might be, and just haven't had a reason necessarily go back and continue to invest myself. But man, it's such an up and down battle, because I find myself being real down about myself and getting to these matches where I'm like, oh, I'm positive, I'm breaking even, and it's just like, man, this is not good enough. And then I get into some lobbies with some people from around the community, and then I'm just like slapping people across the face, and it's like there's like two opposite plays that I can never find a middle ground for it, right? It's either I'm slapping people sideways or I'm getting slapped sideways, and there's no middle. It's kind of one of those things that me and Jasper kind of complain about. Shout out to the Lord Master Jasper. For those who don't know, check him out YouTube. But where it's like people like us, like sometimes we just like to jump in and not have to sweat, right? We like to jump in and just run some games, right? You know, get in, get out, and call it that. But no, we got to sweat all the time. It is what it is. We just got to get good. I don't mind telling myself that. It could be frustrating, and I understand why it's frustrating to some people, why some people do check out, because again, games like that are skill-based games. I think that is one of the points to where, shout out to Dr. Disrespect, I think that was one of the points that he was kind of leading on with, that where the reason why he was saying that Halo needs a battle royale, right? Because in order to entice other people, sure, we can, you can have good gameplay and the loop could be fun and everything else. But if you play at a certain level, at some point, games like Halo, games like COD, games like Battlefield, you have to have something else that's going to entice the people to come in, for those people who aren't your tryhards to come in and try it out and have a good experience still, right? So again, it is what it is. Man, 108 says, I got you, I'll help you win. 108, see, and no, I'll let you host, because it's gonna put us in a different lobby of people. I
love it.
Honestly, when I'm trying to really avoid is saying that, like, because all gamers come from different aspects of life, and all gamers play games differently. But the way that I came up, there's a certain level of gameplay that I always expect out of myself, and those around me that I play with, that is typically of the upper echelon. No, I'm not saying that I'm an MLG pro, because I don't have that time anymore to commit to it. But I do still try to hold myself up to that level, right? Which can be depressing sometimes, which is why you just sit back and you play a single player game, or you play Sniper Elite 5, and you sit back and just enjoy yourself. Get some testicle shots in, and you see the balls blow up, and it just makes you look at games a little bit differently. But pause, resume. But yeah, that's been pretty much my week thus far, other than just it being a busy week, dealing with some things personally, mentally. Hey, you know, like life continues to move on. That's a whole completely different conversation that we can always have. But that's been pretty much my week, man. But with that being said, I think before we really dive neck deep into the show, we got to give the people what's upcoming, man, right? And with what's upcoming, there's nothing particularly upcoming this week, but as we're moving closer into June, because Sony also announced that they're doing a little showcase, whatever the case might be. Not just a showcase, but they're doing a show.
No, state of play.
State of play.
Yep, 30 minutes.
So another 30-minute little presentation, whatever the case might be, and that's going to end up being before everything else. I believe they said it was June 8th? June 2nd. Oh, excuse me. 2s and 8s got them mixed up. So again, that's right around the corner. So that fits in right with our upcoming games this week. So I kind of want to remind you guys of that, man. Sony, maybe they were listening to us, maybe they were listening to somebody, but at least they're having some kind of showcase, some kind of something, at least in June, to have to provide some kind of competition, right? To provide some kind of conversation, right? It was one of the things that I was always talking about, because that's the biggest thing that we're missing from E3 is that kind of back and forth. And some other people have talked about it throughout the week, but neither here or there. Let's get into these upcoming games, man. Let's tell the people what they can look forward to this week, man.
Heck yeah, brother, let's do it. And we are headed into June, like Steel said, but we start out with May 30th, obviously, and this is going to run through June the 5th. And like Steel said, there's so much coming later that we are kind of in that dead zone, so we don't have a huge week, but we do have some cool games showing up. Number one, SnowRunner, which is actually extremely popular series. SnowRunner is getting the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X or Series consoles update, and that is coming May 31st. And I know there is a lot of people who do play SnowRunner, whether they show it off or not on social media. SnowRunner is a big deal, so that is getting that nice current gen patch coming on the 31st. And then we have a freaking cool indie title coming. This caught a lot of people's attention during, I believe, one of the Nintendo shows. Silt is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series console, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on June the 1st. And this is that black and white that we have come to love from the indie scene. If you like Inside,
right.
It's really dramatic when they do it this style with the grays, the black, the white, but this is the underwater one. So this is where you're a diver. So this is from Spiral Circus Games, published by Fireshine Games. A lot of people have been looking forward to this one. So that one drops this week. Go check that out if you don't remember what I'm talking about. And then we got Card Shark coming to Switch and PC on June the 2nd. This is a simulation game. Man, very strange. I like the artwork. This is looking like an old school time, like card playing game. I don't know what it is, but it's from Devolver. So it's probably going to be dang good because Devolver just does not miss as a publisher. It's developed by Nereal. So go check out Card Shark for Switch and PC coming this week. Then we make a lot of fun sometimes about mobile gaming. Okay, we really do. But we got to understand that mobile gaming is eventually going to catch up. And there's some companies out there trying to make this happen. Right. And I mean, we've had some examples. Genshin Impact was obviously a breakthrough mobile title. Yes, it was on PlayStation, but look, if you played Genshin Impact, you would not have questioned it if everybody said that was a console game, right?
No,
and it was. It was on PlayStation, but it was built from the ground up as mobile, right? So there are companies pushing this. Call of Duty Mobile's huge. Look, things are moving forward, people. Whether again we like it or not, whether we enjoy it or not, Blizzard is all in on mobile. It's one of the reasons why the Activision Blizzard deal is so big for Microsoft is because they want in on that mobile. They've got King, but Blizzard is also doing big things, and of course, Call of Duty Mobile, like I just mentioned, Blizzard's doing big things.
Right.
Diablo Immortal. This was booed on stage. The developers, when they announced this game at BlizzCon, kind of said things they probably shouldn't have said to an audience of fans that weren't happy that we weren't seeing Diablo 4.
But to be fair, they were struggling too.
They were struggling. They were struggling, right? But Diablo Immortal, they've come out and said it again this week in interviews that they want Diablo Immortal to start to blur the line between what is AAA on console and what is a mobile game. And people like Jez, shout out to Jez Gordon from Windows Central, of course, he said that he's checked out this game and he said that it's going to be gigantic. He just has a feeling this is going to be gigantic. It is the Diablo experience.
It is,
except that it's set up to be played in chunks of time on mobile. The levels are shorter. It's not meant to be the Diablo that we know and love.
Right, exploring and everything
correct,
else. Right.
Correct. So they are trying to bring mobile gaming forward, and I'm actually kind of excited for this. So it comes out iOS, Android. I'm going to be checking it out. Big Diablo fan here. I for sure will. I'm happy I got my Razer Kishi. It's going to make the experience probably even better, hopefully. So Diablo Immortal, June 2nd. It's going to be big, folks. And if you're a Diablo fan, from everything I'm hearing, what I've seen, definitely check it out, man. Again, we're gamers, and it doesn't matter where we're gaming at. If you hate gaming on a phone, well, then I totally understand. But this, they've already confirmed that Diablo Immortal will be coming to PC at some point. I don't think it launches this week, but they are having plans to come to PC. And the smoke is out there that eventually it's going to show up on consoles as well.
Yeah.
It would only make sense, right? If you're going to put it on PC, you might as well put it on console. So yeah, Diablo Immortal is kind of big deal this week. Gigapocalypse. What the heck is this? PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch PC, developed by Goody Gameworks, published by Head Up. This has been out on PC since November the 12th, 2021. So hey, go check this out. I have no idea what this is, but Gigapocalypse, it looks like a monster-based game. Big giant monsters. So in a city.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are interested in Diablo Immortal, the PC open beta does open June 2nd.
Cool. So the beta is coming out same day. Cool. Awesome. Thank you for supplying that information. Then we've got Soldiers, spelled Souldiers, a little play on words there. Okay. I hadn't heard about this game, but it is coming PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, developed by Retro Forge Games, published by Dear Villagers, who's a good publisher, by the way. Listen, this game, I just checked it out. It's got some cool anime to it. This is going to be a Souls-like. Okay, I know that's overused. I'm just going by what some of the media wrote. Souls-like Metroidvania coming out. Animation actually looks really cool. It looks like it's a 2D, obviously, side Metroidvania. So, but it does look pretty cool. Again, the Souls-like kind of gives me pause and like, I don't know if I want to try this one, but go check that out. Soldiers is coming out this week on June the 2nd as well. If you're looking for a Metroidvania, for sure, check that one out. Unexplored 2, The Wayfarer's Legacy, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC is also coming out. This is from Ludomotion, published by Big Sugar. God, I love that name.
Oh, Big Sugar.
An action game. Man, art style is looking pretty dang cool. So yeah, another small game. I can't remember if we've seen this one before. It looks familiar.
I don't think so.
But I might be confusing it. So yeah, that is coming out June 2nd as well. And then one that I have been very interested in for quite a while. This one's been delayed a couple of times for console. This is Spellforce 3 Reforced. This is a role-playing slash strategy type game. Very cool looking. This was on my list. I'm not gonna be able to get it day one due to budget, but I do have my eyes on this one. This came out on December 6th for PC. And again, it got pushed back for the console releases. So PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One. It's by Grimlore Games. It's published by THQ Nordic. Again, I like THQ Nordic. Some people don't. Their games aren't necessarily AAA that they publish. They're that double A sector of things, but go check out Spellforce 3 Reforce. Again, watch the videos. There's plenty of gameplay out there now. It's been on PC.
Right.
Looks very interesting and right up my alley. I think I'm going to grab this one on a sale at some point down the road. Again, no Starfield this fall for me. So I got a lot of free time still coming up in the holidays, brother. So these little games here are going to be where I kind of jump into some of the ones that I may miss out the gates. So Spellforce 3, but that's June 7th. So I skipped ahead. So we're already done with the list. I just saw that on the list and got excited about it. So forget
Hey, nothing wrong with that. And nothing wrong with that.
I'm breaking the rules. I'm breaking
Hey,
the rules.
Look,
We're only supposed to go a week.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. Again, it's about getting people excited for what's upcoming. Again, there could be so many things that are slotted in and fitted in that could come out also this week that we don't know of. Again, I believe
there's a lot.
Somebody came out. Who was that came out the number? There's about 200 games that are released on PC, at least on a week-to-week basis, I believe. 200 plus games.
Yeah, that was Ed Freeze.
Ed Freeze, yes. He did that. He said that in an interview with Luke Lore,
Ghost,
otherwise known as Insipid Ghost of the. What is this podcast name? I don't get the podcast that often.
Oh God! Now you just put me on the spot with that one. I got you the Insipid Ghost.
Xbox expansion pass.
Thank you.
There we go. It was right there. XEP. I was thinking about the letters, but I couldn't think of what the actual name of it was.
Go check out that interview, folks. By the way.
Yeah, definitely check it out. Again, I don't get to check out Lucas as much as I want to. Otherwise known as Insipid Ghost. Don't get to check him out as much as I would like to. So definitely not going to apologize for it. Just it is what it is, man. There's a lot of content to consume out there. There's a lot of different people that I end up listening to. And then his is one of those that, again, when you're in tune with so many different people, if you're not talking with people all the time, if there's just not certain people that kind of like, Insip is another one of those that where it's like, unless you're involved in the community, you may end up missing them. And I think he's a very integral part because not only his honesty, but he's a teacher himself too. So he comes from a completely different perspective. He's right there with the youth. He knows the little thing. He knows the things that they talk about. He also, I believe he also has some other things in the background that has some expertise in. He's just an overall an excellent gamer too, man. So
the most important part of Luke Lore though is that he is a much better person than Badbit. Mr. Badbit, shout out to Joe. He's a much better person than Mr. Badbit.
Not to be funny, not to be messed up, but that is the biggest reason because I knew a Badbit. Of course, yeah, PlayStation can't go wrong with that. Definitely check out Mr. Badbit. And his PlayStation podcast, man, is one of the best in the business. But the biggest reason I know about Insipid is because of Mr. Badbit and that constant hate that he gives him. it's one of those. I was like, okay,
two friends. Let me go. Two best friends.
They are friends, and they just give each other shit all the time. But it's just funny because I had to actually check it out. Be like, do they really hate each other? Like, what's going on? So I caught myself listening in to see. I was like, oh, okay, no, it's a little friendly band. It's dope though. That's a beautiful thing. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, time to start the show, man. Like, look, all the beautiful faces here. Thank you for being here today, this morning. I could have been anywhere else, and you decided to be here, locked in with us, getting that authentic gaming content. You get to catch me just being off in the loss for words this morning because I haven't had my first cup of coffee. Again, a late start. Real life happens throughout the week. Thought I got plenty of sleep last night, and apparently I didn't. I actually need to start looking into that, man. I need to go get some sleep tests done or something to see what's going on. Make sure I'm getting proper sleep throughout the night.
Get yourself a fitness watch, Steel. I'm telling you.
I do. But I feel like my fitness watch be lying to me sometimes, man. It tells me I got 6 hours, 7 hours of sleep, and I still feel like I didn't.
What do you look at your what kind of fitness watch do you have?
I have a Galaxy Watch.
You got a Galaxy Watch? Does it give you your movement while you're sleeping?
No, it doesn't give me the movement while I'm sleeping.
Okay, yeah. See, there's different things in there that
At least
you
not that
need
I've
to
looked.
look at. Does it give you your resting heart rate and stuff?
Yes.
I've never.
Yes.
Okay, it does.
It
Okay.
does tell me all that.
So between the resting heart rate and your movement, those are the important ones because you can see because a lot of times I've got the Garmin, right? And the
Okay.
Garmin watches your
That's what the one I wanted originally.
yeah, that gives you the movement while you're asleep, and
Right.
you can see like there are days exactly like that, Steel, where I'll wake up and I'll be like, damn, I slept, but I don't feel like I got the best sleep possible, and I'm feeling
Right.
kind of out of it. And I'll look at my movement and I'll see I was tossing and turning all night long. Right.
Yeah.
And that's when you know. And a lot of times I can, again, this is total sidebar here, folks. But anyways, I've got it down to especially what I eat, how long I eat before bed affects that a lot, right? And if I eat right before I go to bed, it's a problem. My sugar levels spike, and I'm moving a lot while I'm sleeping, and that's not a good thing. And my resting heart rate is above normal levels, and I notice that bothers me the most. So,
I think that's I think that may be one of the major things. Because I stopped doing that, then I picked it back up again. I think that's one of the other things that I'm gonna stop doing again. After a certain time, what I used to do is that after about 8, it's just strictly water. Really, it's about after 7.
Yes.
After I have my dinner, it's just straight water after that.
Yep.
And it is difficult to uphold, man. Like when you just have stuff available to you, you get a little feeling in your stomach, your body is telling you like maybe you should eat. Because me, I get to these points to where it's like my body is like telling me you need to eat something, and it's like, no, I don't. I just ate like 2 hours ago. What do I need to eat now? And it was like a decent sized meal. No, I don't.
Well,
give me some water or something. But anyway, side tangent.
Welcome to fitness.
Yeah.
Presented by Living Splitscreen, everybody.
Welcome to real life gaming by Living Splitscreen. You didn't know you were getting this intense section, did you? But no. So with that being said, I know Jacob Novick brought up a good question in the chat. He wanted to know if we were going to talk about Jez and him bringing up that India Jones, or at least he was saying that India Jones is going to end up being Multiplat. I unfortunately did not get to listen to the Xbox 2 yesterday. I caught the first about 15 minutes. Of course, they don't talk about nothing in the first 15 minutes other than what they've been kind of going through behind the scenes and everything. Maybe some slight things, but nothing major that I could take note of. But other than that, I didn't really get to listen like I would usually like to on a Friday. And it's actually surprising because I had Friday off, but it's caught up. But that is definitely something that we need to talk about, man, because maybe Pong, if you ended up getting the listen, maybe you could set that up a little bit better than I can.
I can.
But if that's the case, let's talk about it. We can definitely start there, man. It's a little bit of a smaller subject. I kind of feel like that could lead us into a few different directions. So let's start with that, man. What happened with Jez talking about this whole Indiana Jones thing, man? What's going on?
Yeah. First of all, Toolman just gave us a great secondary show, Steel. Living Fit.
Living Fit.
I'm sure somebody's already taken that one, by the way, but it would work perfect with our channel. So Jez brought this up because Special Nick claims that is going to be exclusive. So he's got his information, and shout out to Special Nick and the guys over at Xbox Era. He's claiming that he thinks that it is exclusive. Now, what Jez says on the Xbox 2, shout out to Randall Thor, Jez Corden. The best weekly interview ever, where Randall Thor just interviews Jez. No, that's not actually what happens, but that's a joke.
Yeah,
that's a joke. Anyways, Jez said that as of a year ago, and he said that he laid it, Jez is very good with this because he knows how people run with stories when he says something. So he laid it out perfectly and made very clear that this information was from a year ago and things could have changed. As of a year ago, Indiana Jones was still going to be multi-plat.
Yeah.
So things could have obviously changed. Obviously, we don't know the structure of these deals. We never get that deep dive into what the contracts are actually, how they're laid out for these individual games. Could Xbox, Microsoft pay Disney enough to get rid of the multi-plat and take it exclusive? Anything could have been renegotiated. Who knows?
And
So
real
that's
quick,
what Jez
Pong,
said. Yeah.
For those who may be new or maybe just unfamiliar, not locked into the community like that, who is Jez Corden? Why do we always bring him up? And why are we even taking his words as something that we should pay attention to? For those who might not be informed.
Yeah, no, as I stated before when I gave him a shout out to Jez Corden, he writes for Windows Central, which is obviously a big site that covers not just Xbox, but he is on the Xbox side of things, but they cover all things Microsoft, Windows, the full gamut. They've got a lot of great writers over there. Jez just so happens to be the gaming side of things. Him and Miles Dompier, they do fantastic jobs covering all things Xbox and breaking news. And we're probably going to have some more Jez information here coming up as well with Keystone. So Jez, that's where Jez comes from. And he's on Xbox 2 with his good buddy, Randall Thor, the man with a million. So he does have the background. He does get information. He doesn't just throw out rumors all the time. He throws out a lot of opinions people take as rumors, but when he's talking about inside information, Jez doesn't throw something out unless he actually has documents or supporting sources that he trusts, that he runs with a story or runs with a breaking news thing or a rumor. That's the way he does business. He doesn't throw out stuff just that he's heard. If he does ever do that, he says it explicitly. Look, this is just a whisper. This is like nothing concrete. I have no supporting documentation. So Jez is on the up and up when he gives us this information.
You know, it's kind of crazy that the Indiana Jones kind of came up in conversation again, because we also got news this week that Harrison Ford is going to be reprising his role as Indiana Jones again for the new movie that they're doing. That is supposed to be coming out.
Well, we knew that. They wrapped up, right?
Well, I was completely unaware. I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know?
No.
Oh, yeah, because he got injured. I think it was
that.
2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Maybe I forgot then. Maybe
he got injured on set like the first month. Okay, and that was like a big news story.
So maybe that's what it was. Maybe I just forgot about it. When I saw that, I was like, man, let Harrison Ford is almost 80 years old, man. Let the man retire, brother. Like, he does not need to be Indiana Jones no more, man. Like, let him go into a mentor role, something. Like, goodness gracious, man. Like, he already had to witness his son Kylo Ren die. Sorry, spoiler warning for those who may not be aware. Hey, look, man, give Harrison a break. But no, it's just I find that really amusing that information came out this week too, because it kind of just lines up with each other, right? In the new Indiana Jones movies coming out, kind of like we've made some predictions in the past, that of course what we've seen previously is that games would come out, or movies would come out, and then a game be made based off of that movie. That's how we got a lot of those Spider-Man movies and some of the other ones that weren't that great, which kind of want to kind of lead that into the Microsoft turning down Spider-Man, or is Microsoft also turning down potential other opportunities to jump into Marvel? I think the biggest reason for that was one, of course, because Microsoft didn't have the talent at the time. I feel like personally, I believe that was like right in 2014 that these things were being talked about, where Insomniacs ended up teaming up with Sony specifically to make Spider-Man. I believe that was around the time that happened. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what we also ended up coming to find out is that, like I just mentioned, is that Microsoft did turn down that deal for Spider-Man. And again, there could be so many reasons why those things could have happened. Just like anything else, well, at least in Microsoft's case, they did not have the talent at the time, or did not have the foresight to think that the superhero genre was going to blow up the way that it has. Because previously, games that were based off of movies or superhero games, hero games, weren't doing the greatest. Weren't good, really. Like, if you're really using to compare, other than Batman, right? And we have Spider-Man 2. Of course, you have your classics. There has been some that have been good examples, but then there's that one out of that IP, and then not really much else follows up on other than that. Whereas, like, with what we've got with Insomniac, we've gotten top of the line, the greatest probably Spider-Man game that has ever been put into existence. So I know a lot of people were looking at that like, oh man, what was Microsoft thinking? It was a missed opportunity and this, that, and the other thing. Like, oh, I bet they're slapping themselves in the face right now. And I don't think that they are. Again, in business, you make those choices. You make those choices depending on what is currently going on around you and with the foresight that the people around you have, right? Because it's not just one person. Whether you want to give it to Dottie D or you want to give it to Phil or whatever the case may be, it's not just one person making these decisions. It's a team of people. They're constantly in conversation and trying to see what's going on, trying to make their plans for the future. And I don't think it was necessarily a missed opportunity because nobody, I mean, it's easy to look back and say, oh man, look, but nobody could predict the future. Right? It's the same thing with this whole digital push. Oh, we want to put games everywhere. Microsoft saying they want to put games everywhere. Nobody knows if that's going to work. Jim Ryan came out and said that same thing during that marketing meeting that they had this week. And it was actually, during that marketing meeting they had this week was that nobody knows how the digital era is going to play out, how this whole thing is going to end up being. So they're making adjustments as they see fit. So some people are saying, yeah, they're behind the ball. Some people are saying that they're right where they need to be because, again, like he also presented, Sony is number 7 in worldwide brand recognition. Microsoft isn't even up there. So they're up there with Android, Apple. There was a few others. Actually, I think I have the list right here. Let me scroll down a bit because I thought that was really unique, man. Like, the way that he was showing the brand kind of recognition, because it speaks to something that I've always mentioned here, and that's Sony has had that since the 90s. But that is because of what they have done on the hardware side, on the being able to provide you quality content, quality products, and just holding that recognition of we deliver good products. While I'm looking for that, like Pong, tying in the whole Indiana Jones thing, with how we're seeing things move into the future, and then also with Microsoft seemingly missing out on an opportunity to invest in IPs like Indiana, because let's be honest, Indiana is also another IP to where nobody knows who that is except us, right? I mean, people may be familiar, but
they're familiar.
I mean, people are definitely going to be familiar, but there's going to be a mass audience who does not know who Indiana Jones is, and who might not be able to say that, when they see Indiana Jones for the first time, they're going to say, oh, well, this is just an Uncharted knockoff. Oh, this is just a Tomb Raider knockoff. You know what I'm saying? Where not knowing that Indiana was kind of the base of all that, right? So, and then now seeing here that it's going to be Multiplat, potentially, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
But it kind of opens up this conversation like, man, with Microsoft missing opportunities seemingly with superhero IPs or just moving in a direction that's going to garner more attention, and then also continuing to go into a direction to where Phil is standing his ground on not wanting to make a bunch of games exclusive, and keeping them multiplat, which is also a different conversation because there is a service there that could be a huge advantage in that. What does that have you thinking? What are you kind of feeling about that? Do you think they kind of go hand in hand with each other? Are they still missing opportunities here, or are they kind of moving in the right direction? Are things kind of just hard to predict? What are you thinking?
Look, first of all, with the Indiana Jones stuff, here's the deal. And Jacob, I saw your secondary comment there that he says that saw a great argument about Indiana Jones. Xbox probably signed the Indiana Jones multiplat agreement in exchange for the IP license. Look, from what we know, Jacob, and I don't know who you were listening to or who's having the discussion, from what we know and from what was originally said, the way that it was announced and everything, Bethesda had signed this deal long before the Xbox.
Yeah.
Before the Xbox was acquiring ZeniMax. Okay. So I don't think Xbox had anything to do with this. Again, it probably was signed maybe even prior to the acquisition being announced. because again, Bethesda doesn't generally sign a deal. Most developers don't just sign a deal and then announce that they're going to have a game, right? It's a process. They sign the IP, they get to work on it, they get comfortable with it, and then they announce that they're working on that game. So I've got to imagine, from my point of view, that ZeniMax, Bethesda had cut this deal with Lucas prior to the acquisition ever happening. And again, they were running their business. Even if it happened after the acquisition was announced, ZeniMax has to continue to run business as usual, as if the deal was not going to go through, because they have to. Again, if something did happen, the deal falls through, well, they couldn't have been making all these decisions with Xbox. They're not allowed to do that, because of the simple fact is they still got to protect their investors. They still have to do things for themselves without Xbox being a part of the equation. So I believe this deal was signed before then. I believe that, again, it would make sense that Bethesda was going to make a multi-plat Indiana Jones. So for me, this is not surprising. If it is multi-plat, it wouldn't surprise me in the least. And I don't think, again, I know Special Nick is claiming that he thinks it's exclusive, and Special Nick does get certain good information, got a good track record with things. But I just don't see it happening. I don't see Xbox making Indiana Jones exclusive. Right. For what? We know it's going to be in Game Pass. I mean, Steel was just alluding to Game Pass. We've already seen this happen time and time again, whether it's third parties or not, it doesn't matter. When something is in Game Pass, the identity of that game is automatically connected to Xbox. You automatically think to yourself, and this is for the wider audience too, people automatically know, hey, that game's that's Xbox, because it's in Game Pass, whether it's multi-plat or not. So I think that that's the winning formula that Phil and his team know. They don't have to sign those exclusivity deals. It doesn't matter. That's why Call of Duty doesn't matter if it's exclusive or not. The fact that it's going to be in Game Pass at some point, that's all that matters at the end of the day, because people will automatically start associating Call of Duty with Xbox at that point. And so, again, it doesn't shock me. It doesn't surprise me. It's nothing to be upset about. Again, I don't care. I don't care. And if you're looking for that argument of Xbox has to do this, no, they don't have to do this anymore. That's why they remove themselves from that whole formula by doing Game Pass. And that is the deciding factor in a lot of ways. And yes, is it cool to say, oh, we've got something exclusive over here that Sony doesn't have? Sure, I get that mentality. Again, I've been around since the beginning. I've seen the Sega Nintendo war. I've been through all of it, okay? Yes, exclusives still give your brand identity, okay? And you again, I will never say that exclusives don't matter right now. I think in the future we might get to a point where they don't. But what I'm saying is right now, sure, they give your brand identity, but Xbox has plenty of other stuff coming out that will be exclusive to their ecosystem, that will give them identity.
See, that's the key point.
Indiana Jones.
That's the key point right there. Exclusive to the ecosystem, not exclusive just to the box, which is exactly the same way that PlayStation is heading also.
Correct.
Jim Ryan, during the marketing meeting that they just had, said the same exact thing. Correct. We are looking to put more IP and more of our content on the PC market also.
Correct.
So that we can expand our business.
Right, exactly. And that's what matters. And that's what matters, Steel. Like, you're talking about the future of, where everything's headed.
Yes.
It just makes more sense to start taking that outlook than it does to the old ways of, oh, we need to keep everything locked into us and not share it out with any other platforms because we're going to drive our console sales by having those exclusives. Yes, that was back in the day. Now they're beyond. We're beyond that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Another thing too that Ed Freeze brought up in his interview with Insipid Ghost was that on Xbox Expansion Pass was that God, I had it and I lost it. But one of the main things is that, again, things aren't the way that they need to. But not only that, I don't want you guys to get it twisted like, oh, exclusives don't matter. I mean, I'm gonna say that they're not as prevalent as they used to be, but like someone mentioned in the chat also, is that Game Pass is the exclusive. But on the other note of that, having things exclusive to your ecosystem is a lot different than it being locked down to one particular box, and we're not in that society anymore. At least not in my perspective, in the way that they're moving into the future.
Well, no.
And then with Indiana Jones, it only makes sense for that. I mean, if it's exclusive, then cool. It is what it is. Like, it's not, but it's like, there's a difference when you say exclusive now than you did previously. Exclusive previously was, oh, it's only on this box. Now it's like, oh, no, it's exclusive to ecosystem, which is PC, mobile, your box, streaming stick potentially, which we'll talk about a little bit here. So it just opens up a different conversation. But kind of like what Ray Oy brought in, games like Indiana Jones works better as multiplat because, like I just mentioned earlier, that recognition isn't the same as it used to be, right? You're not pitching it to us. You're trying to pitch it to a newer generation who isn't familiar with that. And they lock that down to one ecosystem. What is the point in doing that? This was the point that I was wanting to bring up about Ed Freeze. He was saying that we would be surprised at how much more buddy-buddy these companies actually are than we try to make it seem like.
We've talked about that plenty of times, Steel.
Exactly.
Like
we said it plenty of times. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that stuff is garbage, man. Again, I don't like people don't want to think that way because it doesn't.
It's business still, but
it's business at the end of the day. But because the way the industry is still right now, and because of what has happened and what's transpiring with the consolidation, with outside forces of Tencent coming into play, all of this stuff happening, and because of Phil's direct comments about wanting to protect the industry, wanting to make sure that the industry remains strong, and he considers that Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox, along with obviously PC and the mobile market, but he considers the main three as the important cogs in this industry, and he wants to keep it that way. You know for a fact that him, Jim, Bowser even are jumping into meetings and constantly in communication about bigger topics than we even think about when it comes to this industry and where the future is headed, to make sure that they are kind of the keepers of the core of what the video game industry is. Yes, you're always going to have outside influences. You're always going to have things happening, but they want to keep the core of the industry together and make sure that they're all healthy. They're all functioning the best that they possibly can to make sure that they insulate from a Tencent, an Amazon, an Apple, whatever the case may be, trying to come in that doesn't recognize or realize what they have when they walk into this industry and screw things up. That's what they don't. That's what Phil doesn't want. And I can guarantee you Jim's in the same boat. And I can guarantee you Bowser, even though they've kind of built their own little thing over there in Nintendo, they still don't want anything to happen to disrupt what is working right now. Right. And that's I think that's important to remember.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's just, again, it just speaks to the bigger picture that's going on overall. Not saying that they're they're still in business to outdo each other. At the end of the day, yes, they are. But that's what makes gaming unique at the same time, because there's going to be a lot of people who are hand in hand with each other, who are having open communication with each other. No, they're not going to talk about what new game they're going to release or what they got up their sleeve or whatever the case. Because again, it's business. You got to hold some cards, but at the same point, you do have to save face. It's business. You have to make sure that you're working towards a similar goal. And when you have somebody like a Microsoft, who is again, let's face it, the main money proponent for the gaming industry right now, other than the people who aren't necessarily in. And what I mean by that, like Tencent, the Embracers, they're not in, right? They don't have a box. They're just putting games out. They're helping support games, which is cool and all, but they have not shown us, at least Tencent for sure. Apple definitely hasn't shown us any dedication. Amazon is kind of like, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And then Google's just like, okay, we'll come back to it later when cloud services actually become a thing, because that's going to be a key component, and then they can just sell their services like Google does with anything else. So, but one of the things I wanted to show you guys earlier was one of the slides, and that was for Sony's brand recognition here. Let me see if I can get this to come up for us. I have to adjust this little bar right here. Okay. So in this chart is saying that Sony is number 7. And again, it's acting like it just wants to do whatever. So I'm going to try to do this. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Okay. So for those who can see it, ignore the black bar at the bottom. I'm going to adjust it and fix it later. But I wanted to show you guys this because it just speaks to exactly what I said earlier, Sony's brand recognition. And I want you guys to kind of look at what the top 10 brands, global brands are. So, got Apple, got Peloton, got Spotify, got Bose, Android, Instapot. I got an Instapot. I love Instapot.
Love Instapot.
So it works. PlayStation, which is actually up from number 9 to number 7. Fitbit, TED, and then USAA. This speaks to exactly why people feel the way that they do about PlayStation. And it's not a knock against them or anything else, but brand loyalty speaks leaps and bounds. It does so much more for you than anything else does. Because this right here causes word of mouth. Prime example I can use is Apple. No matter how you feel about Apple or whatever the case may be, I can neither speak on or speak on or against, but due to personal reasons. But no matter how you feel about Apple, they are the number 1 recognized brand for devices. And people believe in that. Whether you believe that's true or not. Microsoft is not in this list. They may be in the top 20. They may be in the top 100.
That's really crazy to me, though.
Regardless,
that's really crazy, though. Yeah, Microsoft is not there. That's really crazy to me. Not like Xbox, but I'm just saying Microsoft, the company overall. But in general,
the only thing Microsoft has is Windows, and other than that,
but everybody knows Microsoft, right?
Everybody knows Microsoft, but Microsoft isn't making computers. They aren't making
no I get I'm just I'd be curious how I'm just curious how they actually framed the question or how they had people list
for sure,
because it is kind of crazy that
no, I mean, either way, it is still crazy to think about, because either way, you even look at the brands that I had here, like when I first saw this slide, I was like,
it still
I was like, wow, okay, I guess that makes sense. Because these are things that people are talking about. And these are things that people constantly reference to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's crazy to see how things are kind of ever evolving, ever changing. Yeah, man, things are moving in such a direction to where it's really unprecedented, and it's kind of hard to predict, to where, unless you're here with us on Living Splitscreen, to where we keep things kind of open-minded, because we're not so focused on one particular box or one particular avenue. We're concerned about the entire industry, where we have that opportunity and the wherewithal to kind of look at it and say, all right, well, if we're going to go for the digital push, then these things make sense. But the companies to put their games on more platforms makes more sense. For companies to have a service that you subscribe to makes more sense, especially as for gaming. Like, I'm gonna keep continuously saying, I'm gonna beat that drum into everybody's head. Gaming is so much different from any other form of media. And there's one place that subscriptions really work, it's going to be in gaming, in my personal opinion. So, and we see that. With that, I think this would be kind of the perfect opportunity to kind of roll into, since we're talking about PlayStation already, we're talking about some of these moves and everything.
Hold on, Stu. Hold on. Let's back up. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up, because you did bring in the other topic as well, which is something that we can talk about too, please, included in this. You did bring in the fact that Microsoft turned down Marvel. Yes. Supposedly back in 2014, and also more recently, the word is that they turned down the KotOR remake, Knights of the Old Republic remake as well.
Oh, okay,
so let's bring this. Let's bring this back in. So number one, again, back to the Jacob Novik's original question about the Indiana Jones stuff, or if we were going to talk about it. Yeah. So again, I think Steele and I are both on the same page here, and Steele brought in a lot of facts as far as to where the industry is going and why the industry is going that way and why we're going to be seeing more multiplats out of both companies when we talk about Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox in the future is because of that fact. The end goal is to reach more and more people. When you're talking about 2 billion, 3 billion, and don't think for a minute that Jim Ryan isn't on that train, even if he hasn't specifically said those numbers like Phil and Satya have. He knows that that's the future and that's the goal. So when he talks about that, we are, limited. We have been, we have limited ourselves to a certain amount of people when it comes to consoles, and why they want to break out of that. That's because they want that 2 billion, 3 billion, just like Xbox does. So again, that future for the industry is clear.
Yeah.
When it came back to 2014, Xbox was in completely different world, a completely different position. They were at that point stumbling out of the gates with Xbox One. They had a limited amount of studios. I think 5 at that time. 5 internal first party studios. If Marvel did approach them, and I don't doubt that they did, you got to look at the complete picture.
Right.
Xbox was not in a position to handle the Marvel IP.
Now,
at that time, the Marvel IP is not what it is today.
Far from.
We got to remember it was coming off of Marvel games from like Activision. Activision was doing the Spider-Mans. They weren't very well done. There was a couple good games in there. Again, it was hit or miss. We were still in that hit or miss. So Xbox, looking at the landscape, I don't fault them for saying, no, we got to focus on our titles. Again, people could say, well, they could have made a third-party deal with Insomniac, just like Sony did. Look, the Sony Insomniac relationship, even though Microsoft had gone to Insomniac and they had been working with them on Sunset Overdrive, from a sales perspective, it's respected now. People say it's a great game, but when Sunset Overdrive came out with the resolution gate and all that kind of stuff going on, Sunset Overdrive flopped. Okay, sales wise, it was a complete utter flop.
Yeah, I mean, even for me, like I understand that people are like, "Oh, it's this great game." I never look, and I'm not the guy that's like, "Oh, resolution, everything else." No, a game is a game is a game. If it plays well, it plays well. But I never had interest in Sunset Overdrive. Now. Right. I kind of started having when I hear hundreds of people say, yeah, Sunset Overdrive is great. It doesn't make me want to go back and play it, but it's still, it was like, that was the mantra. So why would they put more faith in Insomniac? I'm not saying that they didn't believe in the quality of work or whatever, because obviously what they did was quality, but at the same point, you're already struggling to get things together and put out fucking product. Think I'm going to invest X of amounts of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to get the Spider-Man IP, one, right. And then 2, also create a game that we were just making these games based off of movies? Yeah. Like, no, we're not doing
that. Right, exactly. And on top, no, you're absolutely correct, Steel. And on top of that, again, with Sony having a better relationship with Insomniac, of course, you can look back at it now and say, okay, well, Sony had better vision. They saw what Insomniac could do, and they made the fit that, hey, they could pull off a Spider-Man type game and maybe come up with something. I don't think Sony ever expected it to turn into what it did. I mean, maybe in their sweetest of dreams, they had seen that, but I don't think, honestly, if they sat down when they were doing estimates and all that kind of stuff and doing the budget, that they were expecting Spider-Man to take off the way that it did, nor that they probably know that Marvel in general with the MCU was going to become what it is today. I don't think people had that vision per se. So they luck sometimes comes into play. They picked out the right studio, they gave it the right IP, and it turned into something special. MCU blows up because, Disney takes over Marvel, gets Marvel together, puts the right people in place. I mean, there's a lot of dominoes that fell the right way here. So looking at Xbox back then, no way do I blame them for turning down that IP. Hindsight always being 2020. Of course, we could go, well, yeah, it makes total sense. Why couldn't you guys see it? Because back in 2014, that vision wasn't clear. There was no way they could have known that was going to be. And remember, like like Steele said earlier, this was a group decision. It wouldn't have necessarily been just Donnie D or any one person making the decision. It would have been a group conversation about what they would do with that IP. And you got to remember, Xbox in general is resistant to licensed IP because they've tried it many, many times.
Doesn't work.
And it hasn't worked. So when they're looking at their limited budget back in 2014, because it wasn't now, they had a limited budget that they could work with. Were they going to actually take a portion of that budget and put it into something that was high risk, low reward from their standpoint? No, they weren't going to do that. So I don't blame them. Now let's fast forward. The latest rumors that Xbox decided to not, or that potentially, this comes from Mr. Matty Plays. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. He also gets very good information. Great dude. Go watch him. Go sub to his channel. Mr. Matty Plays is awesome. He claims that now that he's got sources that are stating that Microsoft had the chance to recently jump in on the Knights of the Old Republic remake being done by Aspire and turned it down. And which resulted in Sony coming in and doing an timed exclusivity deal with Aspire to get Knights of the Old Republic onto the Sony platform first, PlayStation first. If that's the case, and again, I will preface this by I am extremely biased when it comes to this topic right here. Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic 2 are two of my all-time favorite games. Okay, I think it is. I think that those games need to be redone. So I was extremely excited when Aspire talked about doing this, that when it was announced that they were going to do this. So I'm extremely biased here. But Knights of the Old Republic was known because of the Xbox OG console. Okay, yes, it was PC. BioWare back then was all pretty much PC. They built their games from the ground up on PC. They weren't the console makers that we know nowadays over at EA. BioWare was a PC developer. They developed Knights of the Old Republic, and that was when Xbox made kind of some of their marks by having some PC games come over, like Morrowind from Bethesda, where other consoles weren't able to do those games. It was much easier to bring those games to Xbox OG. So they brought Knights of the Old Republic to the Xbox, the OG Xbox. That really, really started setting the Xbox apart from some of the other console makers for those people that had the OG Xbox. And so for that alone, Knights of the Old Republic is associated with Xbox. And if this is true, if Phil and his team turned down Knights of the Old Republic remake, that to me is a gigantic mistake to allow Sony to jump in and grab a remake of a beloved franchise, a Star Wars franchise that is well known out there in the universe, not just the hardcore community here in Twitter, but we're talking about people outside this community know Knights of the Old Republic. That's how big that game was. For them to turn down that remake, I think is a giant L if that's true. Again, grain of salt. We don't know any of this stuff. We don't know what the details were, if it happened. We don't know if Aspire was trying to, hold Microsoft hostage and then asking ridiculous amounts of money for this game. We don't know any of those details. But what I'm going to say is if you have an opportunity to bring back that franchise as a remake to your console, that you should have jumped all over, no matter what it was going to cost you, no matter what the details were. That I think should have been done because, again, for me, Phil, out of all the CEOs, understands his community better than any of them. He understands the pulse of this community. He is a gamer himself. He knows what that intrinsic nostalgic value is of Knights of the Old Republic to Xbox. And for him, if they did let this go, I have a problem with that. And again, I'm happy it's being done no matter what. And I'm happy that it's being done even if it's on PlayStation. I don't care about that. If I have a PlayStation 5, I'll be playing Knights of the Old Republic. In fact, when Knights of the Old Republic comes out, if I don't have a PlayStation 5 by then, I may just go get a PlayStation 5 to play Knights of the Old Republic. That's how big it is for me.
You want to play that action game?
I want again, I'm gonna have my issues with it depending on what Aspire does. But what I'm saying is that IP was valuable to you in a different way than it is even to Sony because of the old school association it had with Xbox. And for me, that is a loss. Other people can disagree. It's still a risk. We don't know how Aspire is going to do the remake. We don't know if it turns out great or not. But to have the chance to bring that back, I think you jump all over that. So for me, that was a big L. I just think that sometimes in business, you have to jump on things that normally, if it was something completely different that didn't have that value attached to it, you wouldn't do per se. I think sometimes you have to take those chances and leaps of faith, even if you're not all in agreement with Aspire doing the remake or whatever the cause was. You have to make that leap of faith for your fans, just for the community in general, to say, no, we got you. And yes, Xbox has been investing more money than any other company out there. In fact, investing more money than Microsoft has ever done just alone in the Activision Blizzard deal into this industry, into our community. So
Right.
yes, no, I'm not taking away any of that when I say those kind of things. What I'm saying though is that there's something about Knights of the Old Republic that should be still on Xbox with the remake. It should still be a part of Xbox's ecosystem. And I know eventually it may be, it's a timed exclusive, but I just think out the gates, it should have been here day one. So if that's true, and again, a grain of salt, I say that was a loss. That's just me though.
So I didn't know Aspire was as deep as they were. Aspire's been around for quite some time. And actually, they own 60% of the Mac entertainment market back in 2003, and they were actually part of the original team that put out Knights of the Old Republic.
They worked on all the remakes for the phones for mobile.
I saw that too.
Yep. No, they've got a huge history.
So this isn't like just some random company coming in and saying, "Oh well, we're gonna do this now." No, this because the other thing that I was looking up was because we've heard that, and I wanted to see if I can get some actual names, but because we've also heard that the BioWare, there are a bunch of BioWare vets, at least a couple handfuls of them that are part of the Aspire team that have actually come back and joined the Aspire team. So it does hold some credence that this remake can also be done very well also. Again, we've heard that they're approaching the gameplay differently. I know Pong said, Pong's going to kind of against it, but they're going from turn-based to more of an action-based combat system, which I'm excited for as someone who wasn't.
Just give me both, Steel. Just give me both. That's all I'm saying. Give me the option to turn it the old way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be, if they figure out a way to do that, that would be different. But I think that would have to end up being two different games. I think at a gameplay level. Or at a game level, depending on how they set it up. Because if they do it like a Force Unleashed kind of style, but keep it in the KotOR universe where you still have all the decision making and the world building and everything else, I mean, at least to me, of course, that's what I would want. And it would be kind of hard to implement like a turn-based system at that point. You could approach it kind of like a Final Fantasy to where it's kind of giving you that option, but not.
I'm saying,
you know what I'm saying? Where it like pauses.
Well, I know that's what you said in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's a lot of. Yeah, the original was in a lot of ways that you could just you could. I mean, yeah, you still had to kind of strategize each battle, but you could just let it do its thing too and kind of be actiony. So yeah. That's all I'm saying.
I guess it just depends on the avenue that they wanted to take it. But one of the things that I also wanted to bring up. Speaking on KotOR, I think that one of the biggest reasons why Microsoft didn't bite on that bullet, or didn't bite that, was because I'm looking back at some of the old sales numbers for Knights of the Old Republic, and they haven't been able to sell more than 2 million copies 1.5 million copies to be exact.
But that was back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's back in the day, but even back in the day, like,
That was pretty good back in the day.
That's a decent number, but
pretty
like,
good back in the day.
The reason I bring that up though, because that could be partially a reason to why they're like, I just don't know. We're remaking something like that. It may be beloved and everything like that, but we just don't, maybe they don't have the faith on it. Maybe they didn't believe in the pitch. I don't know. There's so many other things that go behind that, like just to say that, oh, well, you know, it's a beloved IP by a bunch of different people. It's kind of a missed opportunity for you not to jump on that. You guys should understand that. It's that other thing, and it's just kind of like, it's a double-edged sword, because Microsoft has also said multiple times that they want to make sure that they can support themselves, right? And bringing in more content from the outside while you're trying to build up your internal studios and your internal first party and everything else, maybe it could have been a situation to where they had hands in too many places, and adding this extra hand didn't work for them. Or it could have been the deal with Disney. Who knows? Because it could have been a money thing. It could have been like, yeah, we're not trying to spend that kind of, you're not going to give us any ownership to it. I don't know if we could cut that kind of deal. Like, maybe that's kind of what could have happened. There could have been a lot of business things that happened behind the scenes. Because I do have to agree. I mean, if there is a title like this that is kind of world renowned, that a lot of people can familiarize themselves with, then I mean, it does make sense to me, at least as a gamer, that you would want to, especially if you're remastering it, or you're completely redoing it, excuse me. But since you're completely redoing the game, where you kind of would want to make that investment. But yeah, it just depends on how thin are you stretched? Are you listening? Are you now listening to the people? Or maybe you've been listening to the people to where it's like, oh, you know, we got to focus on making sure that we can get everything right, get the business side of things going, we get the studios, get our production moving in the right direction, make sure that we can manage everything properly, bring it in this whole other studio based off all these old guys that worked on this old game, and you know, that could be a perspective. I don't know. Is KotOR going to work for a new audience?
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want
to hear it. Steel, I don't want to hear it. Okay, brother, it's a loss. Okay, it's an L. Look, Knights of the Old Republic 2 is coming out to Switch.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
they're bringing that game to Switch, and you know what they're doing, Steel? You know what they're actually doing?
Well,
and again, this is why I say it's so hard for me. Again, and Decado, you're absolutely correct. Disney, when they bought Star Wars, and I'm not going to go into my Disney rants here, okay? I'm not going to do it. But what I will say is, yes, you are correct. They wiped out all of the canon. Previous to Disney owning, they wiped out all of the canon that was there, and that included Knights of the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic does not exist according to Disney, okay?
Was that considered canon before?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was considered canon.
Okay.
It is now fanfic according to Disney. Okay, so that's why I say we're never going to get Knights of the Old Republic 3, is because it doesn't make any sense, because Disney did what they did, which is the most biggest mistake ever in history when it comes to a franchise like Star Wars. But whatever, they've done it. So you're right. But the fact is that what I was going to say was that Knights of the Republic 2 is coming to Switch, and they've said, Steel, there was a bunch of story that was cut out of Knights of the Old Republic 2 that the PC modding community have put back into the game. They are actually going to make that for the Switch official.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Brother, that is so. Now I want Knights of the Old Republic 2 to come back to all the consoles as well with that DLC. So I hope that that's going to happen down the road. But look, Knights of the Republic 2 announced for Switch, got a lot of traction on social media. Knights of the Republic, I'm telling you, brother, it may not have sold the numbers that we're used to nowadays, but back then that was a gigantic deal, and it was a big deal. And Knights of the Republic 2, or Knights of the Old Republic, is beloved. The debate out there between 1 and 2 is real. Some people absolutely despise the story in 2 because it brought nothing new. I like 2 more than I like 1, but I appreciate both, and they're both some of my favorite games of all time. I just want to see them back in their best glory, and I'm just kind of disappointed that Xbox didn't. If this is true, and again, we don't know any of this stuff. We don't know. I'm just going by what was said by Mr. Matty Plays. if it is true, I just wish Xbox would have done this for the fans, even if it wasn't business-wise a decision you normally would have made. I wish Phil would have stepped in and said, "No, we're going to do this. Knights of the Republic 2 or Knights of the Old Republic is associated with Xbox. We want to make sure that it stays that way and not give Sony a chance to jump in on this." I just wish he would have done it, but they didn't, and now it's history. So now I got to deal with it. Like I said, it is a game that I may just, if I don't have a PlayStation 5, and we're a couple years at least away from this, I think.
Yeah, at least.
So if I don't have a PlayStation 5, this is the game that I might just go out and get a PlayStation 5 just to play it again, depending on how they do it. Again, if they change the story, if they meddle with things, and all of a sudden this ain't the Knights of the Old Republic that I remember, and all of a sudden we got some Disney-fied stuff going on, then maybe I won't.
Oh, I can guarantee you there's probably going to be some Disney-fied things in there. I mean, Disney has control now. Like, they're not just going to give people IP and be like, yeah, just do whatever you want with it. No,
yeah, but it's not. But it's not canon, Steel. It's not canon. So for them, it doesn't really matter. It's just money. Yeah, because to them it doesn't matter because they've moved on from all that stuff. That they really don't care. I just don't want anybody else going in there. And there was some of the writing hires that Aspire did, and I think one of them left already, that were questionable about if they were going to let the story remain intact the way it was originally written.
That's definitely a good question, Lord Roughness. Why don't we hear what PlayStation turned down? Those things stay internal, man. I mean, there are some things that has been announced before about things that they possibly have turned down, but a lot of it is just speculation. Sony's not going to tell you if they turn something down. That's not their MO. It never has been. That's one of their biggest. It's one of their biggest advantages is that they don't talk.
And people don't want to be blacklisted by Sony, Lord Roughness. Period. Again, people say that's not real, but there's plenty of journalists 100%. Out there who say it is real. And Sony takes things personal, and they will cut you out of the equation if you talk out and speak out against them in a certain fashion, or if you leak stuff of theirs or whatever the case may be. Again, that is a real thing too, where Xbox has never done that bullying tactic.
I mean, Microsoft overall has never really been that. That's Microsoft's biggest disadvantage. They've never been a closed off company. They've always been open, and maybe that's because of the scrutiny that they've kind of gotten because of Windows and everything else. But to Microsoft's disadvantage, they're always a forward-facing company. They have to deal with its customers. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of Microsoft cut down on a lot of their customer service side of things, because that was one of their greatest features. The fact that you could just pick up a phone, call 1-800-MY-XBOX, and get somebody on the phone to talk to and handle whatever issue that you were having. You can't do that. You couldn't do that with PlayStation. You can't do that with Nintendo. They're going to say, hey, yeah, we're going to send you an email. You click a link. Well, we might get it to you. We might not. We might have time. We'll let you know. And then you'll never hear anything. Whereas like with companies like Sony and Nintendo, or like, this is the biggest way why if Apple ever did acquire PlayStation, why it would make sense is because they have the same business mentality.
In fact,
they don't play about that.
Facts, Nix. By the way, facts, Nix. Kennedy is part of the Sith. Actually, I don't even want to give her that credit.
You're stupid. Nick says Sony will cut your DualSense controller in half for being disobedient. You stupid. All right. I do have to run to the bathroom really quickly, so I'm going to set this next one up for us really as we move forward. And it's going to go into the conversation with Jim Ryan this week. And this is going to be, I'm pulling this article from twinfinite.net. I tried to get something from like VGC or more of a credible source. I just like to see more people that I'm more so familiar with. But this basically covers a lot of the things that they talked about. I'm going to set it up. I'm going to pass it off to you, Pong, and then I'll be back. But Sony expects PS5 will be its biggest ever platform. Damn, Pong, I feel like we've said that before. That is crazy.
We may have.
It's crazy.
May have once or twice. In a different way, though.
Let me see. Okay, perfect. I wanted to make sure to put this up on screen for everybody so you guys can see it. I love when I'm able to do that for the community. Get you guys to see a little bit of everything.
Shout out to Dragonheart Yobi showing up in here. God, legend. What is going on, brother?
Shout out to Yobi. Much
That's
love,
right.
my guy.
Ray Oid, it's Tim A. I see you, the blue one. Tim the Sorcerer. Lord Roughness, we already shouted you out. Nix, we already shouted you out. Decado, of course, is in here as well. We brought him up. Great comments. Jacob Novick, we've been talking about your stuff, sir. Mr. Kima, Muppet1169, C4 Skills is in the house. Dreadpool, brother, great to see you. The blue one, brother, awesome to see you as well. Fifth Horseman, I'm just doing this while Steele's getting stuff up. Matty Burns, always lurking. Thank you for dropping by and saying hi. Micah Ford, brother, great to see you in here this morning as well. Two Man 55, Cray Simmons, Gaming TV, always dropping by and saying hi on Saturday mornings. Mr. Joanna Dark, brother, Mr. Xbox himself, working for the company. Love to see you dropping in here, sir, since I don't get to see you on too many podcasts anymore. Of course, Fun Speculation was in here, standing in line. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed earlier when I shouted him out. He said he got embarrassed because he was listening to it out loud while he was standing in line at the GameStop. For the PS5, he said he got embarrassed because other people heard us shouting him out. Casket Repair, great to see you in here. Everybody joining us this morning. Thank you so much. If I missed you, I apologize. Just trying to give a little shout out. ATL showing up as well in here. I saw as well Doom Reaper dropped in to say hi. Nice. Said he was going to have to listen to us later because he was busy. Totally understand, man. Thank you for just dropping in here as well.
And Parksy 1972, he said first time listening live, usually watch afterwards. Hey, man. Well, thank you for coming to join us live. Again, hopefully you enjoy the gameplay that we'll have working for you in the background. It is Sniper Elite 5. I got about 3.5 hours of content for Sniper Elite, I think. Or it's 2.5, something like that, from our gameplay the other night. So definitely look forward to that. But to jump back into this, now that I got everything set up for us. Sony expects PS5 will be its biggest ever platform, Jim Ryan details, future of PlayStation and more. And again, this is coming from twinfinite.net, and this article was written by Giuseppe Nelva. I'm going to set this up for you, Pong, and then I'll be right back. So, Sony is hosting its 2022 business segment briefing, and Sony Interactive CEO Jim Ryan held a presentation related to PlayStation business. This follows Sony corporate strategy meeting, going into deeper detail about the strategy for the game and network services segment. Ryan mentioned that PlayStation enjoyed a year of record earnings, despite the recent transition that it considered extremely strong. Sony is convinced that the PS5 will be the biggest ever platform. Purchase interest is almost double compared to the same period in the PS4 life cycle. I thought that was a huge feat. Again, like I mentioned earlier, during this same meeting, Jim Ryan also said that this is the first time that they haven't seen a negative going into the next generation. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing for Xbox, for where they're not seeing that. Maybe we can hold a lot of that to the pandemic, or the other side of that is that a lot more people are more interested in gaming than they were previously, and it's become more of a pillar of entertainment, right? As we who are invested know that it has been. He goes on to say China is now the 6th market for PlayStation, while it was the 11th in a comparable time frame during the PS4 cycle. Again, another magnificent feat. At any point, again, brand loyalty, seeing it continuously move up in that Asian market. Yeah, and that's where they come from. I mean, they come from Japan, but they're in the Asian market already. So for me to see that they went from 11th in China to 6th in China, definitely lets me know that Jim Ryan's doing the right things. He's moving things in the right direction. PS5 also has the highest engagement ever measured over 7 different key categories. The engagement is also stronger than what Sony itself expected. Bigger than I expected, personally. And that's been one of my biggest issues with Sony, is that once I got engaged with a Sony product, I don't stay invested. Whereas now it does, I mean, that's me personally, and I'm pretty sure that's still going to be the same case for me today. But for a lot of other people, I've heard those same complaints, and I do see most of those people coming back now and saying like, yeah, I'm enjoying my newer PlayStation console a lot more than I was my PlayStation 4 console around this same. So it matters. Game monetization is 15% higher on PS5 than it was at the same time on the older console's lifetime. That only makes sense to me. Game monetization is bigger than ever. Free-to-play games have been bigger than ever, are bigger than ever. Yeah, they existed in the PS4 era, Xbox One era, but now it's like it's a prevalent part of gaming, right? So one of the number one things that are getting watched on Twitch, it's one of the number one things on YouTube. There's bigger gamers, I can say that represent and kind of put those out there. And people, when you're getting into a free-to-play game, you're more willing to spend money, right? Or live service games in general. You're more willing to spend money for something that you find interesting. So Ray always said that's a new word from Sony, engagement. Yeah, it is. But again, like we've mentioned here before, Sony isn't stupid. Again, they like to, I'm not gonna say they necessarily follow trends, although they do, and they've kind of done that with Microsoft, but we can say they kind of been tit for tat in a lot of ways, but obviously they see the direction that things are going. More further we move into the future, further we move into the digital era, I mean, you don't look at digital sales, say it's 70-30 right now, and then say, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing things the way we've been doing them. No, you don't do that as a business guy. They go on to say the PlayStation Direct service sold PS5 consoles to 1.3 million customers in the fiscal year 2021, expects 3.6 million customers in the fiscal year between 2022 and 2023. And then we also got the rumor that PlayStation VR 2 will have 20 major first and third party games at launch. That is one avenue where Sony has a major advantage. If they are able to not necessarily tag in, but if they are able to reach into that VR market and actually hit it in such a way to it's affordable, they got a lot of games out, they take it more on this live service market, they could really solidify themselves in the space for VR. And then the only other competition they have currently would be like Steam device or some of the other ones that are out there currently, and excuse me, those names are escaping me. I'm just not a VR dude, right? I mean, I just don't have personal interest in it. Those who are, shout out to y'all, man. But there's gonna be things like Oculus that I know offhand. There's another one too, I can't think of. But Sony is planning to increase investment in new IP to 50% by fiscal year 2025, with the remaining 50% invested into existing IP. By comparison, in the current fiscal year, the expected investment is 34% in new IP and 66% in existing IP. I'm gonna scroll down here a little bit. By March 2026, this is going to be an important part because we've talked about this here. They also expect to be running 12 live service games. Personally, I don't think all 12 are going to be successful because that's not how things work. That's not how live service games work. Not all of them hit. Everybody thinks they got a good idea and they come out and they can flop. We just found out here recently, Ubisoft put out another free-to-play called Roller Champions, and it's actually a pretty decent game. And that nobody expected. I wasn't expecting for a roller derby game to actually be kind of fun. And it kind of is. It's simple to play. You start getting understanding the mechanics and everything. So it proves that things can work. I just seen somebody the other day say, hey, second day of me buying everything in the store. You get people invested, they're more than happy to spend that dollar. So goes on to say, and this isn't including Destiny, by the way. 3 more to be released between 2023 and 2024, 4 new ones between April 24 and 25, and 2 further titles between 25 and 26. So they're giving you the timeline for when that means these things have been in production for a while. This isn't something like, oh, all of a sudden, yeah, we're gonna move this. No, this is, as we've heard before, a lot of these decisions and conversations happen 5 to 6 years prior. So I know people like to say, oh, Sony just doesn't get it. No, I think they get it. They're just a lot more reluctant to just step out there, unlike Microsoft, because of the capital that each one has. Microsoft can step out and take a loss. They can take $1 billion loss and then make that money back. Do they want to? No, I'm not saying that they want to, but they're more willing to take those losses up front, especially if they feel like it's going to make up for them on the back end. And they have to have some kind of semblance of expectation or of understanding to think that this is going to work out for them. So, Then they go on to say, speaking of PC releases, we hear that Horizon Zero Dawn has sold 2.3 million copies. Days Gone sold 852,000 copies, and God of War has sold 971,000 copies as of March of 2022. Again, this specific part, when they started talking about the PC releases and everything, is exactly why I personally feel, and again, there's a lot of information out there that's saying that, oh, God of War is going to come out 2022 and everything. But this is the main reason why I do not feel like they should pressure themselves in releasing the game this year. I don't care if it's been rated in Korea, whatever the case may be. Business side of things, to me, and they're probably not going to do it with this one. I'm almost sure that they're not going to end up doing it with this one. But to me, it would make more sense for you to release the game day and date with PC also, and release it in 2023, giving you plenty of time to work out all the bugs, all the issues that you might have, and also giving it to the beginning of the year where your competitor is usually very lacking. At least in my perspective. Now, again, it's going to be end of 2022, then great. But these numbers just tell me that it makes more sense for those games to come closer to releasing on PC. I know people say 6 months. No, these games need to come out day and date to PC. Why? Because you can get this funding up front. That's DLC that you get in that's DLC that you can get the year after, 2 years after. That's the next game that you can get even sooner, start that production. That way the devs know, the studio knows, the company knows that there is a high interest here. There is a whole other market, and you get to fulfill that zeitgeist, right? That, not the brand loyalty, but the, I can't think of the word for it. The mind share. Goodness. But you get to fit into the mind share that, yeah, of course you can get it later on. You can get it 6 months or whatever after, but I feel like you're missing an opportunity to where that word of mouth could really start traveling if it released day and date, because you're part of the entire conversation, not part of the conversation 6 months to a year later, to me. This also tells me I think the Spider-Man is going to release on PC this year. Personally, I think. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong in that. That could be a trump card that Sony's going to forever hold on, specifically on their PlayStation platform. Again, it could be a good trump card to play because it's worked for them. They can put a specific Spider-Man PlayStation console, sell it for a lesser price, give you the game with it, and it will sell millions of copies. They will sell millions of consoles. It's been proven. It sold you a Spider-Man PS4 edition, and it went crazy. Even now, if you go try to pick one up, it's high in the market right now. Sony also plans to expand on the mobile. I had to laugh at this because it's just like, bro, you said all the things that we who are informed, we who see the bigger picture, we who take that real-time strategy view, really pulling ourselves out, are starting to see, right? We're not stuck in this mentality, oh, it needs to be on my box or it doesn't matter. No. We're planning on expanding this to the mobile market also. Co-developing top IP with industry leaders, establishing internal development studios and projects, and building a world-class publishing team and tools. By 2026, Sony expects that approximately half its annual first-party release portfolio will be PC and mobile releases. Approximately 30% PC and 20% mobile. By comparison, the expected percentage for the current fiscal year will be 20% PC and 10% mobile. It also goes on to show all the slides and everything. Again, I'm going to include this link in the description under the video. But with all these points that I brought up here, Pong, and everything that kind of Jim Ryan talked about, along with, let me throw this in here too, because he actually said this in the Q&A that they had after that. And this is coming from Benji Sales, who kind of broke it down a little bit more. And he did this on Twitter. But goes on to say, Jim Ryan Q&A. PlayStation was focused on a rather narrow, and this is where he ended up saying this, PlayStation was focused on a rather narrow console market. PC, mobile, and games as a service will bring growth. 2 unannounced live service games launching this year. More acquisitions are coming. Live service games will be completely transformational to PlayStation business. You don't say. I wonder who else has that belief and who has been trying to tell the people that this is going to be a way into the future A few years ago, starting in 2017. Pong, what do you think about this? Is Jim Ryan just being the money man? We know that he is. Is he speaking to the people? I know we talked a little bit in the background about, I still don't understand why Herman Holtz didn't come out and talk about some of these things versus Jim Ryan, because it really sounds like a businessman trying to sell me something. And not only is it funny, but it's ironic because you're kind of going against some of the things. You're completely going against your We Believe in Generations, which is what people want to call Phil a liar in a lot of aspects. Again, these people are in business. They're going to tell you whatever they need to tell you for you to invest. But do they truly believe in generations? What's going on? Are generations falling apart? Is everything becoming part of some osmosis? So what's going on, Paul? Talk to me. What is Jim Ryan telling us here? What came out of this PlayStation business meeting this week? What are we learning from PlayStation? I'll be right back.
Everything that we have discussed is now coming out of the woodwork because, again, Jim Ryan, you don't have to. Again, people like to gatekeep these conversations and try to say that you can't talk about this stuff and play armchair CEO unless you run billion-dollar companies, trillion-dollar companies, million-dollar companies. But the facts are the facts. And it's not hard to see if you're passionate about this industry the way Steele and I are, and if you look at things from any kind of just common sense perspective, you could see this coming from a mile away. That's why you've heard almost these exact same comments here in another podcast when talking about what PlayStation's future is going to look like and why it made total sense that they were going to follow Xbox into the future. They just had to do it different ways. They just have to do it in smaller bite sizes than what an Xbox being backed by Satya and Microsoft, trillion-dollar company, can do. They just have to do it in their own way. And again, you've heard me speculate here and other places that Jim Ryan is fighting against the Sony board's old perspective, something that they've had for decades that has made them highly successful. Steele's the previous page that Steele brought up to show they're the seventh most recognized brand in the world. Right? That was created by the old ways, but the old ways aren't lasting. And in business, you have to adapt or you disappear. And it doesn't matter how big you are. That can happen at any given moment. Jim Ryan knows this. Herman Holtz knows this. They know where the future of video games are going to be. And they understand that their old business model when it comes to selling single player experiences, even if they are some of the greatest experiences you can find anywhere in video games, that's only going to take you so far in 2022. And we're not even talking about 2030, 2040. Those single player experiences can still be a core part of your business. There's nothing wrong with that. But you now have to diversify. And we talked about this here. Sony has painted themselves into a corner because they could do that last gen because of what happened with Microsoft and Xbox and the Xbox One generation. The stumbles that they had allowed Sony to sit back and get really, really comfortable. They became masters at the third person narrative driven games. And Jim specifically speaks about this in that conversation that Steele is referencing here. You can go watch the video. Jim comes out and says, look, we limited ourselves. The games are great. The games are fantastic. We created some of the best experiences out there in the video game industry. But those games are limiting us when it comes to the number of gamers that we can be reaching. Jim has said previously, he understands the console market is capped. All of that is common sense facts that was leading to this moment where now Jim is starting to openly speak about the same types of things that Phil and Xbox have been talking about for years now at this point, and what they did to set themselves up to move forward and trailblaze into this new industry as it changes to a more digital age, to a more diversified age, to an age where Xbox and others want to reach more than just the console space. They want to reach 2 billion, 3 billion people. Jim Ryan is saying nothing that should shock anybody outside of the Sony fanatics who don't like to hear any of this stuff, who want Sony to remain the Sony of old forever. They don't want to see this stuff happen because they no longer feel important about their purchase because they think somehow more people playing these amazing games from PlayStation first party studios somehow devalues their experience. But we all know that as gamers, if you truly are one of those people that just enjoys gaming, it doesn't matter how many people are enjoying a game. It doesn't matter if you're one of 100 people who thinks a game is good. If you're having fun with that game, at the end of the day, that's what's important. Jim Ryan wants to expand that experience to as many people as possible. All these numbers that he's throwing out here that Sony gave us in these slides show exactly what they're going to do. We've talked about this. They start with the PC market. It's the easiest one to get into. It's gigantic. It's a huge new ocean of fans just waiting to happen for your games. So what did they do? They started acquiring companies like Nixxes to help them make those PC ports easier, faster. So they can go ahead and get those games closer and closer to day and date because they're missing out on the market that was over there. Now they're starting to see success with that market. 900,000 copies for God of War since January. Now we may say, boy, well, that's not a whole lot. 900,000 copies, over 20, almost $30 million in new revenue in a 5-month period. You don't think that's not waking up some of the Sony execs who may have been resistant to some of these changes? Absolutely it is. The success of Horizon Zero Dawn over these past couple years since they've had it on PC, driving new revenue into that whole ecosystem. All of these things are those little steps that Jim has to take to convince others within Sony that this is the right approach. Then they say in their slides, $80 million in revenue for fiscal year 2021, which ended in March of 2022. $80 million. That didn't shock me. What shocked me was the next portion of that slide when they talked fiscal year 2022, which I believe ends in March of 2023 for Sony. They're almost quadrupling their estimates as to what they're going to make in that PC market. Well, they've got Death Stranding, they've got Days Gone, they've got Horizon Zero Dawn, and they've got God of War 2018. Those 4 titles are currently on PC. We got the sales numbers for those, right? And again, this is not including Destiny. They confirmed that none of this estimation included Destiny. So you got these 4 titles on PC right now. Those 4 titles are not going to quadruple in revenue, considering that 3 of them have been out on, or 2 of them have been out on PC for quite some time. God of War and Death Stranding more recently. But those 4 are not going to drive your revenue to quadruple in fiscal year 2022 when we're talking about what, 10 months, 9 months of more time. What does that say to people? If they are estimating that they're going to have $300 million in revenue from this fiscal year by March of next year, I believe is the ending point. Again, tell me if I'm wrong. But if they believe that, that says to me that, like Steel said, you're going to put out Bloodborne, number 1, I think. There's potential that you're going to put out Spider-Man. Number 2, like Steel said, even though that's supposedly the holy grail, according to the fanatics, never will happen.
God of War wasn't supposed to happen either.
Come on now. To get to $300 million in revenue, you're going to have some big, heavy hitters thrown in here this year. So you got those 2. You got a couple games as a service coming, probably going to launch on PC day 1. But what if God of War Ragnarok, like Steel said, what if Nixxes has been, instead of working on Bloodborne or instead of working on Spider-Man, what if they put Nixxes on God of War Ragnarok right away? And we don't see a day and date per se, but what if God of War Ragnarok releases around the September, October mark? What if they have it out by January 1? Right? What if they have it out by January? And that's 2 months for God of War Ragnarok to sell on PC. You don't think they're not going to see some huge sales, even though a lot of PC people and a lot of Sony fanatics say, PC people are never going to spend full price on on a game. They're never going to do that. They're not mentally built that way anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, look. If there's one thing that PC MRs have been asking for and
Console
waiting for is console games. Okay,
Yep.
we know.
Don't let them.
Yes.
Hey, look,
Yeah.
don't let nobody confuse you, bro. Like, as much as console gamers want PC games, PC gamers do want console games.
Yes.
Like, I know they like to clamor for, oh, we got all these games. Even me as a PC gamer, I have always wanted for console games to be here because, I mean, at the end of the day, you're getting the better performance here. You're getting the options here.
Yeah.
It's just, there's so many, I mean, it does open it up, but it's neither here nor there. But my fault.
No. Not again. So again, just the main point is whether God of War comes or not shortly doesn't matter. They have other things in the works. If they're not bringing God of War in a shorter period of time, they have other things in the works. They got the Spider-Mans, they got the Bloodborns out there that they can drop on the PC. That's going to get them to that $300 million mark. Okay, period, point blank. They are flat out telling everybody what their roadmap looks like now. Okay, and it's not a joke anymore. And then the third thing that jumped off the page in Jim Ryan's talking points was the games as a service. You have heard this for months and months from myself, from Steel, from others in this community who do look at these things with the RTS view, the satellite view. When he came out and said 12 games as a service in the next couple of years, right? We all kind of stood back and said, wow, okay. That is all part of the plan to, again, change minds at the top of Sony, to understand that this is the new way of doing things and to bring in more streams of revenue to be able to reinvest in their first parties, to grow their studios, to go make more acquisitions, and finally to continue to evolve that brand spanking shiny new subscription service that they're launching come June. That's what's going to happen. But what he said about those games as a service games is something that we specifically talked about here. They're not expecting all 12 to hit. Games as service games are hit and miss at best. You don't get big streams of revenue out of every games as a service you put out there, even from Sony, even from some of Sony's second and third party partners that they're doing this with. They're not expecting that. Jim specifically said, if we get a percentage of those games as a service that become critical and also what's the word? I just lost my words. Commercial successes. If they get a portion of those games as a service to become critical and commercial successes, that will change the entire model for Sony. Look, that is common sense business. That is not something you have to run $1 billion company to understand what they are doing here. Those games as a service will provide the consistency of revenue that a company like Sony needs to move forward. And those games as a service will beef up that subscription service and keep people with engagement, which is something that Phil and his team and Xbox have been pumping for years now as the new one of the new main metrics. Because when you have people continuously going back to games as a service, not only are they spending on microtransactions, but they are staying subscribed to your subscription service. Those things just compound each other and wind up providing you with more money than you could ever earn off of one and done $70 single player games that come out. You can have great success. I'm not taking away from it because, again, Sony has built this monster of a PlayStation based upon that old model, and it still works. And Jim said, look, we're not going away from that. You can still expect us to have those games. But we are now going to diversify our profile. We're going to work on multiplayer games. We're going to have games as a service. We're going to look at first-person games. We're going to look to get outside of what has made us successful recently and get us to that 2 billion, 3 billion mark. Now, again, he doesn't use those numbers. Phil and Satya have used those numbers. But when he's talking about this stuff, he's seeing that pie and he wants in on it. flat out with 2 billion, 3 billion, if that is your goal, again, whether you ever get there or not, doesn't make a difference. If you make that your goal, you have plenty of room for all three of these companies. And I'm going to include Nintendo, even though they're not thinking that way right now, even though they're very happy with where they're at. I do believe Nintendo eventually will get dragged into this one way or another, because Nintendo is not dumb either. Bowser and that group over there is not dumb. They know they could get Nintendo games in more hands, which would just mean more and more better things for Nintendo at the end of the day. They're eventually going to figure this out as well. But right now, Sony, Jim Ryan, they're making the moves that they have to get to that point. And the board is starting to hear it. The board is starting to see those numbers. They're starting to hear Jim Ryan and his words, and they're starting to believe that this could be another big break. Again, PlayStation being the number one moneymaker for Sony. Don't think for a minute that if the Sony board starts believing in this stuff and says, ooh, man, we could really make our brand stronger, not just PlayStation, but make Sony stronger. The stocks are going to start going up if we start producing record kind of revenue, even on top of what we're currently doing. Man, that's going to be good for us. That's exactly where this is all headed. And again, Jim Ryan saying it. So anybody who wants to plug their ears, turn around and go, la, 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 la. I can't hear you, Jim. I can't hear you. Sorry. Again, there's no more mistaking what is happening here. I put out a tweet yesterday, gasping and shock and awe over Jim Ryan's comments, fake shock and awe, because again, if you are confused about what Sony's doing, and I've seen some of the fanatics out there finally putting out tweets and moving goalposts, but there's going to be a big movement of goalpost moving here once this finally settles in. You can't ignore this anymore. This is where Sony's headed. They understand completely what Xbox has been saying for years now, and they're going to follow. They're not going to be able to follow directly behind Xbox because they don't have that kind of resources available to them, but they're going to do their best to kind of weave in and out of the trail that Xbox has been making and forging here. And I think that eventually Sony is going to be wind up in a very, very much stronger position, which is great. Love to see it, because that means we are going to get more Sony titles. We're going to get more of those home run games out of them. And maybe they're not just going to be the third person narrative driven games anymore. Maybe Sony PlayStation will shock the world and come out with a great first person shooter out of one of these deals. Maybe they will finally find their Halo in all of this, which they tried before in Killzone, etc. Maybe eventually we do see them right there with Xbox in diversity, which for us as gamers, for us that enjoy it, it's going to be fantastic. And that subscription service is going to become more and more like Game Pass. And for me, I love it, because when I jump back into PlayStation, I can't wait to sign up for a service that is trying to do what Game Pass does, but with Sony titles. I can't wait to be able to jump in there and play those Sony first-party titles out the day and date on that subscription service. That's when we all win. But Jim, thank you for listening to our show, sir. You obviously have been. We're guiding you the right way. So, no, I'm happy to hear all this, Steel, and great points with all those numbers that you brought up from that article. It just makes total sense, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the direction that things are moving. I'll say it again here. If Xbox is going to have a subscription service, what is wrong with Sony having a subscription service? And honestly, at this point, you have to give me a reason to stay invested. And that's been one of their main weak points for me personally, is that retention. Again, it's also about gameplay, but it also takes very minimal for me, right? If they release factions at the end of the year, they got me. If it's going to be a live service game, they got me. There's so many things that they could do that could potentially have me interested, and it's going to interest millions of other people, that I think as long as they move it in a direction to where it's going to be more accessible to their gamers and more convenient for them, like we've seen with the mishap with the people having to pay the difference between for extending their PS Now subscription, PS Plus subscriptions and everything, where Sony has seemingly said, hey, it was a glitch in the system. You weren't supposed to be charged for the difference between upgrading to the new service and what you got for 5 years of PS Now, or whatever the case might be. That was a glitch. It wasn't supposed to do that. You don't have to pay the $5,000 that some people looking like they were going to have to end up paying for. You know, being early investors, right? Saying, hey, I'm gonna get, like we do sometimes. I don't personally. I pay for Game Pass and everything on a month-to-month basis, other than when I got my Series X. So now I have like 3 years of Game Pass and I don't have to worry about it. But you know, for those who do get it on a month-to-month basis, it's just, there is so much more convenience, more of a convenience factor in being able to put more of your IP, especially Sony, who again is number 7 in brand and worldwide brand recognition, is only going to help them in the long run, I personally feel like, which is why it's a missed opportunity. I think the main reason why they are hesitant to put games on PC is because of the pirating issue. Pirating is forever going to be a problem. It's hard to get around. It's hard to, especially when you make single player games, which is kind of like why they may be hesitant or why they're pushing it out. Because at that point, it's like, oh, well, you know, if people pirate, it's whatever. Whereas it's like with music, that's kind of what, like how when Spotify stepped in and other streaming services, or even with TV, where, yeah, I mean, you can technically still pirate them or whatever, but it makes it less it's more inconvenient for you to pirate music now than it was back in the day, right? Back in the day, you had to buy every album that came out. Then that album, you had to burn it to your computer if you wanted to keep it forever, just in case something happened to the disc. And then it turned into, oh, well, now you got to buy your albums online. And then it was, oh, why would I do that? I'm just going to download this music off of LimeWire, maybe get a virus every now and then, maybe, or Napster, maybe get a virus, clean it, and I'll be good. I got my music. That's all I needed. To where now it's like, what do you really have to get that music that way? And why would you do it that way when you could just pay $5 a month or whatever the case might be to Spotify, and $9.99 or whatever the case may be? If you're a music listener, which most of us are, which is it's such an ingenious thing to do, and just have instant access to music across the board. So I feel like the future is kind of spelling itself out for us a bit. Although, again, there is a lot of unknowns. Me and Pong have always said it here that things, it's going to forever be a double-edged sword, because it can literally fall either way. This can fall in a very negative way to where we're paying more for games than we've ever had before. Every game's a live service game. You don't really get full games anymore. Things could move that way, or things can move more on a customer-facing side to where we do get more. We have more opportunities to invest. Not only are you getting the core experience, but now because there's other investments that are getting fed into the market or getting fed into the company, that those single player experiences, you're getting more fleshed out titles, you're getting more in-depth gameplay mechanics. And I feel like those things matter to me more than some of the things that could be possibly on the surface. So it's beautiful to see the things are kind of moving this way, that we're kind of been some of the biggest proponents for that also. It's a beautiful thing to see. So that's pretty much it for that. I always wonder why these bars are moving when it's only supposed to move when Pong's talking, but you know, that's neither here or there. With that being said, let's see what's going on in the chat real quick. Shout out to some people. Again, beautiful people, thanks for tuning in to Living Splitscreen. It's episode 58. If you haven't thus far, hit that like button, share us out. We are a non-console centric platform. We talk about everything that's going on in the gaming industry in total. Also throwing some personal things here and there. We just are here to open up conversation and really just open it up to the community, open it up to the chat, and take that RTS view like we always say here. Again, thank you for those who are newer. I will be uploading this on the audio platforms. It'll probably be about an hour or so after we finish going live. So those of you who listens on the audio side or are listening in the future, I want to say thank you to you all also. And if you can, please leave us a review, subscribe, again, share us out, like, so that we know what we're doing well, what we're not doing well, so we can continue to improve and go from there. Again, I want to kind of get used to paying the bills, as they like to say, right? So, one thing that I did want to get into, I know Paul might not be as interested in this, but Gundam had a Game Fest this week where they announced, and I want to bring this up because it's going to be a quick conversation, but they showed off a few games, right, that they're going to have releasing. We know that Gundam Evolution is coming out. For those who don't know what that is, it's basically an Overwatch clone, but centered around Gundam. Gundams are mechs, basically. It's going to be mecha combat. So for those who are into robot combat and things like that, this could be right up your alley. But the game that got me most excited was SD Gundam Battle Alliance. Mainly because from the gameplay that they showed, and I'm actually going to see if I can pull it up here. Let's see. But from the gameplay that they showed, they blatantly said it's going to be an ARPG. It's going to be action RPG, and it's actually going to have quite a bit of depth to it, man. You're going to have the customization aspect to it, a lot of gameplay. Has some of those. What is Dynasty Warrior kind of considered? Musu Fighter. Yeah, Musu Fighter. It was right there. I said at the same time, Jake's, you owe me a soda. But it has that Musu Fighter kind of style to it also. And it's going to be co-op. I didn't know that. I wasn't expecting that either. I thought it was just going to be a single player story where you just kind of get all these different Gundams, get these different mechs that you can level up, whatever, play with, and then leave it at that. But it's also going to be a co-op experience. I found that very interesting. For those who are interested in it, definitely check it out. I would recommend it, me as being a Gundam fan. Again, biggest reason I bought a PlayStation 4 was for Gundam Breaker 3. I'm still waiting on a Gundam Breaker 4, not the new Gundam Breaker that they released, because that was complete garbage. But yeah, so it definitely got me excited for what's possibly coming out this year for Gundam. Both games are coming out this year. As far as Gundam Evolution, I signed up for the trial for that. Well, the early access for that. So hopefully we'll get some gameplay on the channel. And then I'm also looking at pre-ordering the other one too. So I just kind of wanted to bring that up in conversation. This is something that quick side note there for those who might be interested in that. And again, I'm gonna work on getting some gameplay up on the screen for you guys as far as that goes. But Paul, now with that out of the way, what would you like to get into next? A couple different spaces we can go into. What you thinking, man?
What am I thinking? Well, let's take a look here real quick. Steel, I think we should probably jump into Keystone. Let's jump into Keystone,
okay.
Steel.
Something else we've kind of been on the avenues of thinking on, you know.
Yeah, and Jez had some more information, and he wrote about it. For anybody who doesn't know, Keystone was a code name that was released with some data mined OS stuff from Microsoft. And Keystone appeared in the middle of some of the OS names for like Xbox and the Series consoles and all that kind of stuff. So this happened, I believe it was like 3 months ago, maybe somewhere around there, where this first came out, and we had conversations here about what we believe Keystone could be, because a lot of people was guessing maybe a new console, blah blah blah. Jez wasn't so sure because it was within the OS names, which to him meant software. But again, we all had our different views on it, but most of us, I think, in the community, or at least our smaller group of this community, had the feeling that this was probably the streaming stick, streaming puck, whatever the case may be, as far as that goes. And that was rumored that maybe it was coming this year, right? That it was going to launch alongside possibly Starfield. That made a lot of sense. And for people who don't remember all of this stuff, we know for a fact that Xbox has been working on some type of streaming device for people who don't necessarily want to go buy the console, or maybe don't have access to a TV that may eventually have the Game Pass app attached to it, right, that they would have another device like an Amazon Fire Stick, whatever, Google Chromecast, whatever you want to say. We're all very familiar with those items, or those devices nowadays, that Xbox was going to make their own. so that you had access to the actual ecosystem, and you would have a controller. Any Bluetooth controller would work as far as Xbox goes, and you'd be able to play your game streaming, which makes total sense. So I'll take over duties here real quick, Steel, and I'll get your feelings on this, because Jez came out with a new article, and this was just yesterday, saying that exclusive Microsoft continues to iterate on an Xbox cloud streaming device codenamed Keystone. So he actually got it confirmed. He actually had a Microsoft rep talk to him about this situation. So again, Jez Gordon, shout out to him, the whole Windows Central team doing good work over there. Not too often that you get an actual rep from the company on a code name device that hasn't been like really revealed before, right? So, but he got this information. So, he said for a few years, okay, I'm reading from Windows Central here. For a few years, rumors have persisted that Microsoft was exploring building some form of a streaming stick to offer Xbox cloud gaming via a more affordable dongle, similarly to Chromecast and Google Stadia. The first hint was Project Hobart. More recently, a codenamed Keystone appeared in an Xbox OS list, lending fire to rumors that Microsoft was continuing to explore additional hardware for the Xbox lineup. We can now confirm that is indeed true, and it pertains to a modernized HDMI streaming device that runs Xbox Game Pass and its cloud gaming service. Microsoft is, however, exploring additional iterations of the project before taking it to market. In a statement provided to Windows Central, a Microsoft spokesperson described its commitment to lowering boundaries to Xbox content via low-cost hardware, while acknowledging that the existing version of Keystone needs a little more time to bake before going live. Our vision for Xbox our vision for Xbox cloud gaming is unwavering. Our goal is to enable people to play the games they want on the devices they want, anywhere they want. Xbox everywhere is what they're saying. As announced last year, we've been working on a game streaming device codenamed Keystone that could be connected to any TV or monitor without the need for a console, a Microsoft spokesperson stated. As part of any technical journey, we are constantly evaluating our efforts, reviewing our learnings, and ensuring we are bringing value to our customers. We have made the decision to pivot away from the current iteration of the new Keystone device. We will take our learnings and refocus our efforts on a new approach that will allow us to deliver Xbox cloud gaming to more players around the world in the future. From what we understand, Keystone has been in development for a couple of years, with Microsoft continuing to finalize the product's feature set. To speculate, Keystone could eventually run some sort of slimmed down, and again, this is speculation on Jez's part, some sort of slimmed down Windows or Xbox OS, given the Keystone originally appeared in an OS list alongside the different Xbox platforms like Era and Game OS. Utilizing Windows instead of alternatives like Android would allow Microsoft to offer its own streaming media apps like Microsoft Movies and TV. Although using Android OSP would potentially be a quicker route to market, leaning on apps like Netflix and perhaps Spotify. The exact timeline for Keystone remains unclear, but I wouldn't expect to see it anytime soon, particularly not at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase coming up on June 12th, which some of us, had thought about potentially that they show it off there. But that sounds like that's out of the question at this point. A low-cost streaming device makes obvious sense from a business perspective as Microsoft pushes to bring Xbox Game Pass to more households who perhaps aren't interested in owning a full-blown console. Microsoft has also previously hinted at bringing TV apps for Xbox cloud gaming as well, which would lower the barrier even further. And then there's a quick follow-up as well. There was also a tweet put out last night by Kirby Louise. Anybody who doesn't know Kirby Louise, he is actually a game developer. He's very active in the community and chats and stuff, and he knows his tech. I mean, the dude is ridiculous when he talks about his tech. He's been on Boom Show before. So he put out a tweet, and there was the leaker that originally leaked this back in May of 2021. that actually had the same pictures that Jez used, because originally thinking steaming stick, right?
Right.
Then then Jez started and other people started mentioning a puck, like, a circular
Okay.
puck, more like Crowcast. Right, exactly. Now it seems, and Jez confirmed, that the latest version, the iteration that they were talking about, was more of a box form. Like he said, maybe think of two decks of cards together, that kind of size, that this would sit underneath your television. And obviously have ports and stuff that you could use. That's what he's saying now, this latest iteration. These pictures from this leaker actually are the ones that Jez used, and he said that these were out there. Well, Kirby Louise put out a tweet saying it seems like this Anon seems more and more legit every time we hear about this thing. And again, this goes back to 2021, May 25th, when they released this information. So the information that was given by this anonymous poster said design is from early 2021, looks slightly different now. Was supposed to be out by end of 2021, unlikely with global supply shortages. A little thicker and wider than a deck of playing cards. Plug into TV to stream from home console or play from xCloud. Just like the Series X and Series S, the button by the USB is also an IR receiver. Any Xbox controller can be paired with it. Wireless keyboard and mouse support planned as well. That's an interesting one, and I'll bring up why I think, and I'm going to get Steele's thoughts. Has Wi-Fi, but can also be hardwired. Will support party chat. Will also be able to install compatible apps like HBO, Disney Plus, etc. Microsoft want Xbox to be available on every TV you have. All right, Steele. So I want to get your thoughts on this thing.
Okay.
A lot of what we talked about previously, a lot of it is just in line with everything that we know, but I do want to get your thoughts on this thing.
Okay.
But with that wireless keyboard and mouse support, I also want you to speculate here a little bit, Steele, because my thought was, I put on the DMs yesterday, if that's true, if they offer wireless keyboard mouse support on this thing, could we also get the PC Game Pass side of things to be available from this little box as well through xCloud? Because that, my friend, you know me, is not a PC gamer, has me peaked, because then I could play some of those RTSs like Warhammer, like Warhammer out there, Total War Warhammer that just was released in Game Pass. I could play that without actually owning a gaming PC as well. What do you think, Steele? Anything new, exciting here that piqued your interest with this thing?
Piqued my interest, not necessarily, but there's definitely some interesting points, because it seems like it's a little bit beyond just a streaming stick or just a streaming device, or whatever the case may be. And that, at least when you say it's going to have mouse and keyboard support, also, yeah, I mean, that definitely lets me know that they're definitely trying to set things up for the future to where everything is going to kind of work in tandem with each other. Like if you have keyboard and mouse support on your Xbox, you're going to have it on any device that that is Xbox related or whatever the case. And if you do that, then that continues to lead credence to what your current motto is, and that's play anywhere, right? There's so many positive things that can happen out of this, but there's also it's an up and down thing. I'm not necessarily excited about it personally, because I still think we're a little bit too early for it to necessarily make sense for some people. Now, if it's going to work like it depends on how they have it set up too. If it's going to be a device like that, again, the thing that tells me the reason why they made it bigger is so you can have a dedicated Ethernet port on it, so you can add some other things to make it a little bit more energy efficient, possibly, whatever the case. Because at the end of the day, this is going to be mainly a streaming device. It has to be. It's not necessarily big enough to be anything else. It's not going to run any modern games, especially not at that size, right? But it's definitely going to be something. I mean, even if you think two stack of cards, that's still not that big at all. It's something that you can actually mount to the back of your TV. Well, and that's going to depend on how they have it set up, because they might say, oh, this device gets pretty warm, don't mount this to anything. But it could be something that you can mount as part of your setup and kind of keep out of the way, and maybe you don't have to get a console for those who aren't necessarily that invested into it, right? Or again, kind of like what we've been saying, is that it can definitely be a product to where it's going to be you're just going to walk into the store, you're going to see it at the price that it's at and be like, man, let me try it out. And at worst, it doesn't work out for you, right? You take it back, you return it, or whatever the case may be. For $100, like, and this is still my kind of thought process on it, that they're looking to hit like right around like $100 mark to make it as convenient as possible. Again, you're hitting multiple SKUs at that point, also hitting multiple scales at that point. So not only do you have your top tier Xbox, but then you have your Xbox Series S, and then you have this device that can kind of get you in there. If you're like, I don't really game, I don't game enough to say, hey, I need to buy a console, but I am interested since they're giving me an option to try these things out. And for $100, that's kind of like, it's an impulse buy at that point. It's like, I might as well. I know that might not be the same for everybody. And again, my main issue is the whole streaming device thing is going to be very dependent on internet, because Microsoft is taking another big bet here, is that internet infrastructure is going to take another move forward, or it's going to, another thing is going to force you to want to upgrade or whatever the case. Kind of like what you saw from dial up to DSL and then to cable and so on and so forth, right? Whereas when you saw that transition and then you went to a buddy's house, or you went to, like for me, for an example, went to my grandparents' house, whatever the case might be, and I saw that they got the upgraded service, and you noticed there was a day and night difference, or a night and day difference, depending on how you want to look at it. It starts that word of mouth to where other people are like, oh man, yeah, you got this new service, it's faster than it's ever been before, and man, I'm connecting faster than I've ever have. And then the Google Hangouts pops up on your PC, and for no reason. Anyway, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, on the audio side of things, but live, y'all might have been able to see that, but Google Hangouts randomly popped up. Sorry, but it's another one of those things to where I think the streaming device is going to be more successful on a word of mouth front than it is just because Microsoft trying to sell this something that people should buy. Because people like me and you, I don't think it's necessarily, unless we're like, and again, unless you're like somebody that's constantly on the move, and hotel internet, it's already can be spotty enough. But if you're somebody that's always on the move, or you're not really invested, or whatever the case may be, this is an avenue to entice other people. It's just, there's a lot that's working against it. It does get me excited to hear that they are kind of doubling down on it. And I just want to get more information on it to see what is going to be the capability of this device. What are you trying to accomplish with this device? Microsoft, tell me, so I know what to expect, and I can potentially, people like us who are invested, I can tell people who are maybe questionable and say, yo, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's quite ready yet. You got to have X amount of internet for it to work. And it's going to be a hard sell to people who maybe aren't as well off, maybe don't have that throwaway type of money or whatever the case may be, because at the end of the day, it kind of makes it irrelevant if I got to pay $200 a month for internet. You get the internet speeds that you're looking for, whatever the case may be. And with internet and ISPs being such a monopolized market right now, that's why it's hard for me to get excited for a streaming stick, because I currently, as someone who saw this whole digital era coming on, I just don't see a market for it yet. I do see a market for the mobile side of things, to where that should be something they really double down on. If you want to come out with a device that is a mobile device, I see that being more of an enticing thing than you coming out with a streaming stick. Now, that's not going to be for everybody, but in places where you're trying to expand out, that could work. But again, if you're already attacking the mobile market, what's the point? You just keep making external devices that you can connect to your phone, and then just take advantage of the device that you already have. Nick says, I haven't decent internet service, and xCloud is still average in my opinion. The internet speed requirement Microsoft asked for seems to be inconsistent. Stadia for me still plays best in class. And again, it kind of leads credence to that conversation, where there are other services who are doing a little bit better. And then with ZeniMax and Bethesda coming in and having their Orion service that they had, that seemingly is probably a best of its class also, that we have yet to see anything of. That could be something else that's gotten implemented into the streaming device, to where if that's the case, then we may be having a different conversation, because then you might need very minimal internet, maybe 25 megs or whatever the case may be. But I feel like the other proponent that a lot of people forget about, because I know people, oh, you only need this much internet for these things to work and it works fine. And you're talking as if it's the one device that you're using in your house. Nobody is just using one device in their house. One device uses that much. And if you're only getting 40 to 50 megs, your phone could take up half of that by itself. Right? Don't mention if you got kids, you got other devices, you got tablets, you're streaming movies. If you're streaming movies at 4K, forget about it. Right? If you're streaming multiple things at the same time, forget it. It doesn't work. It's not going to work in that avenue. So right now, it seems like more of an enthusiast device than a consumer device, right? For a wider audience device, I should say. It's a device for me and Pong to invest in, people who understand how it works, where it would work at, and people who could take advantage of it versus anybody else. But again, what I don't want to happen is negative marketing, where people buy this thing and they don't understand how it's supposed to work, or it doesn't work the way that's intended. And then you have bad word of mouth going around. That's kind of my thought process about it. I don't know. What do you think of Pong? Because it looks like you got some things.
Yeah, here's the thing, Steel. What you're saying is real, and what you're saying is true, right? And I'm not going to take away from that at all, in any way, shape, or form, because it is. It's going to be an experience that somebody has to try to judge for themselves. Yeah. It's not going to be consistent, and there's no way around that with the way tech is. Here's the thing I will say, though. You want to have a device like this on the market before you want to be one of the first to market with something like this, especially with your ecosystem being set up for xCloud and Xbox Game Pass. You want to have this device there so that as tech gets better, as the internet gets better, and again, right now I'm talking about the US, okay?
Right.
As that gets better, that device is already available, it's already known out there on the market. You know, maybe somebody's tried it, said, hey, this is not working for my household right now, but they go back to it later when they get maybe better internet service and they try again, right? You want that device on the market. You want that out there so that when people walk in the store and they're thinking about this stuff, they go, oh yeah, I can go pick up that Xbox device. I was going to pick up a Fire Stick. I was going to pick up a Chromecast. I was going to do that, but man, I can get all, and again, we don't know what functionality is going to happen. If they do that, that's why I think it would be smart for them to go to the Android route, like Jez was talking about, because it would open up the opportunity for those other apps to be available on their device, where it's a one-stop shop. So somebody goes in and says, I was going to get a Fire Stick. Oh man, that's right. The Xbox device is out. Oh, I can have everything on here. I was going to get out of the Fire Stick, but I also can get Game Pass, and it comes with Xbox game.
And it comes with a controller. It comes with a free month.
3 months, so I could try it out and see how it works. But even if the Game Pass experience isn't what I was expecting, I'm still getting all this other functionality out of it at the same time that I was looking for anyways. So it's just going to be a device I keep, and I'll keep trying Game Pass, and maybe it'll be one day cool. So for those average consumers out there, I think that's huge to be on the market alongside everybody else, to say, no, we're here. We're going to offer you a lot of the same stuff. And again, this is if they go that route, we're going to offer you a lot of the same functionality, but you're going to get this added extra bonus that you're going to be able to try Game Pass and maybe have a gaming device too on top of it. That would be gigantic as well to have that on the market. But thinking broader than just the US, where we have a lot of inconsistencies in people's experiences, Japan, Korea, right? These places that have
that's different.
Perfect infrastructure for a device like this, right, brother?
Yeah.
You get this to market.
That's the biggest impact that you could.
On top of having the S, which is selling well. Again, it's not dominating. We're not going to go down that road. It's not dominating Japan, but it's making inroads. But then you introduce a device like this, another way to experience games. that people in certain countries who have that infrastructure built in can confidently know that if they buy that device, they're going to have a pretty dang good experience with it. Oh, at a price point of around $100 with a controller and a free month of Game Pass, yo, that's where you really start seeing some impact out the gates. And I think that that's why Microsoft is trying so hard. Little shocking that they're not trying to get it out this year at some point. But with the chip shortage and everything going on, it's certainly possible that kind of push things back. Or maybe this latest iteration that they were talking about, they were working with, they saw that they needed to improve some things before they try to bring it to market. And they want to make sure that this thing is as complete as possible when it hits the market. That makes sense to me as well, in some ways. So
Some deals being cut.
some deals,
yeah.
it's some deals, and trying to figure out maybe which OS they want to go with.
Yeah.
Do we want to
Okay.
up the cost a little bit by offering all this extra functionality, or do we want to go with a custom OS, internally, where maybe people can't have all the functionality and it's more straight up just about the Xbox experience with some of those Microsoft apps? I think maybe they were kind of trying to decide which way they want to go there as well. But again, just getting this thing to market, the fact that they are openly talking about this now, and again, I know Phil did talk about it last year, I think it was, where he said that they were working on something like this, but to officially be opening up and talking about it, and hey, we've got iterations of this thing, we're going back to the drawing board here, we're going to, keep working on it, tells me that they understand
Mhm.
the importance of getting something like this. Maybe not just to the US, not just to the EU, but to those markets where they do want to get those inroads in the East, where, again, this device would probably work very, very well because of that the internet infrastructure already being built over there the way it is. Look, I just think at the end of the day, Xbox everywhere is the main pushing point. This is what they've been working towards. This is why they've invested all this money into xCloud, into Game Pass, to making sure that everything is just fluid. Whether you're playing on PC, whether you're playing on console, you move to a wireless device, you move to your mobile device, it's all there. It's all ready for you to go.
Right.
This excites me, Steel, like you said. As a gamer, as being a selfish gamer, this device would totally be in my house. Okay.
Yeah.
For me to be able to move from my main console to pause the game and then be able to pick it up on it right out the bat, bring my controller with me upstairs to the bedroom, turn on the TV, that device is already on, and bam, I'm back in my game flawlessly. Look, man, that's huge. That ease of convenience is just nothing you can replicate without buying another console, right? Without buying another full console, Series S or whatever the case.
Right.
But they will do that with my device, and knowing that I have good internet here and that xCloud actually does play well for me in this house, bro, that'd be huge. So I think it's great. I think they're moving forward in the right directions. They get it, right? They obviously understand where everything is moving to, and just to offer again another access point that not is going to be even a less of a cost to people at the end of the day to jump into Xbox, to jump into Game Pass, to try it out. Man, you can't put a value price on that. I'm sure they do internally, but you really can't, because that word of mouth, like you said, Steele, if they come out and do it right and people start catching on, and people are smarter nowadays too. That's the thing we have to remember, Steele. People are used to this type of tech nowadays, whereas 5-10 years ago, it wasn't that way. So people understand, like when they go buy a Fire Stick, like if their internet's not the best, they may not be getting that full 4K movie, right? They might be getting some pixel. People understand this stuff now. Even the older generations understand these things more than they used to. So when they have this device optional for them, they're going to they'll have a better understanding of what expectations should be with a device like this, as long as Xbox doesn't try to market it like, oh, you're going to have perfect 1440p quality.
They can't do that.
Right. They can't do that. Right. So I think people will be okay with it, even if they know that they may not be getting the most optimal experience. They might be okay with that at the end of the day. And if they can open up again, as I alluded to with the keyboard and mouse, and you talked about, if they can open this up and start making this ecosystem more and more congruent between console and PC, and giving people the options to experience everything that's available, whether they have a console, whether they have a gaming rig, PC or not. If they give those options to people to try more games that maybe weren't even available to them before, man, that's huge, Steel. Just love this stuff, man. I love where we're going in the future. Some of it, I can have debates about whether or not it's good, but man, some of this stuff right here, bro, they're on the right track. Again, just getting more people the chance to jump in. The 2 billion, 3 billion people we always talk about. That's what it's all about at the end of the day for Xbox. I love this stuff, man. This is cool.
No, 100%. It doesn't do anything but kind of get your gears going for what other potentials could be possibly there. And it just gets us excited, man. This is kind of like why I kind of touched on the Sony thing. Why, if there is a Sony thing, because it's kind of both of them. And I think this would be a perfect point, like, since we're talking about hardware anyway, to talk about the mid-gen refreshes. Again, one of the main proponents of the show for the day. I know we kind of touched on it last week in a little bit, I believe. But it just kind of leaves credence, man. I mean, the more hardware that you can get out there, the more chances, the more places that you can get accessibility to, the better. And I mean, I don't know, man. It's just, it definitely is an exciting thing. It definitely gets me excited to see how tech is going to end up moving forward with us, not only on the gaming side, but just on a worldwide kind of thing, scenario. So yeah, man.
And Nick's, you're absolutely correct. And Steel touched on it too with the latency. You're absolutely correct. That's number one. Everybody, again, as much as we poo-poo Stadia because of what happened with Google and all that kind of stuff, anybody who's tried Stadia, and I haven't personally, but I know plenty of people who have in this community that all say the same thing. Whatever you think about Stadia, the actual execution of what they were doing was nearly flawless. Like that is some of the best streaming that anybody's ever experienced before comes from Stadia tech, and that's why Google's going to license that stuff out. But I think, as to Steele's point, when they bought, and we've talked about this plenty of times, when they bought ZeniMax, people always forget the tech that came along with that. And with id Tech having Orion, I think that Microsoft is going to be using that and implementing it. Just because we don't hear about that stuff doesn't mean that they're not working on it. I think Orion was a big piece of that acquisition, and I think they saw the potential to integrate that into xCloud and to be able to get that latency, because when id Tech showed off, when Bethesda ZeniMax showed that tech off behind closed doors to people were blown away by how good that was. And there was a lot of people excited for Orion before the acquisition was ever even a thought, because they thought that maybe ZeniMax was going to push forward into the cloud space and Orion was going to lead the way. So if Microsoft, which I'm sure they are, them and their engineers, along with Bethesda and ZeniMax and id, are working to get that integrated into xCloud, and they can make that happen by the time this device shows up, yes, Nix, that would be absolutely gigantic, because that is a vital piece of gaming via streaming, is that latency factor and how low it is to give you a better experience overall. So absolutely 100%.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's just so many different avenues that all these things can go. But I wanted to tie this into the mid-gen refresh conversation that's kind of been happening this week, that kind of just went up in flames, that honestly doesn't have any real credence behind it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this from an article from extremetech.com. Again, they're not really too familiar, but the main thing is that the main reason I'm using this article is because they titled the article "TCL has no idea when the PS5 Pro and Xbox Series next will arrive." And I thought that was just cool. I thought that was hilarious, because that's exactly it. TCL had their their conference this week, kind of trying to get people excited for their new TVs and everything, trying to get people give people a reason to why they should invest in their new TCL series and whatnot. And one of their slides, they showed, and I'm going to see if I can get this up on the screen for you all. And I can hear. Boom. All right. And one of the things that they shown was that PS5 Pro and the new Xbox Series Pro, whatever the case might be, was going to be part of that, what they predicted for why you should get a TV from them. And this sent the internet in flames. People were like, oh man, even it got Pong too. Pong was like, man, these mid-gen refreshes and if they're gonna do this and that. But no, so we're gonna have an open conversation about it. And honestly, I understand Pong's perspective of it. Even though it's definitely a little bit differently from mine, because I don't necessarily see it going to that extreme. But just to kind of show you guys a slide here, they're going through the Gen 8s and everything, going through the different gens and seeing what they supported, and then they were doing their most recent Gen 9.5, and then that's where they were showing, the Xbox Series Pro, PS5 Pro, so 4K, 120 frames, 8K resolution, and a lot of people got in their feelings about this, right? Or a lot of people are like, oh, here we go. We knew there was a Pro coming. And to me personally, I don't hold any real credence to this. Again, this coming from TCL, not coming from Xbox or PlayStation or anybody else directly that I know of. And I've done some research on this, and I'm not really seeing anybody else kind of lead that way. Of course, we expect for there to be something there, but not necessarily this. But just to go into this article a little bit, a slide TV manufacturer, a slide that TV manufacturer TCL presented during one of its briefings has caused no small amount of ruckus online, given that it appears to point towards a next-gen console refresh cycle kicking off next year. There is no evidence that this is actually happening, and a great many reasons to think that it isn't. The only companies that know what Sony and Microsoft long-term upgrade plans are for the current generation are Sony and Microsoft, and the company that designs the socks, AMD. Anyone else is speculating. Sometimes a peripheral manufacturer or game developer will let something slip, but development knowledge like this is kept under tight wraps, and TCL is not in the need to know category. This is part of the reason that I brought this up, because when I read this originally, I was fucking crying and laughing, because whoever wrote this article, they get it. They're part of it. Let me give them some shout outs. This article was written by Joel Haruska. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. But then there goes.
I think he would enjoy the flavor you just gave it, though.
Haruska, yeah, I hope so. Beyond the fact that Sony and Microsoft wouldn't have shared this information, there are other facets to consider. While both consoles have launched mid-cycle console refreshes in the past, the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 have fewer next-generation titles available at this point in their life cycles than any previous successful platform launch in history. Like the point that you make, not only the PM, but I do believe that you made this point last week, was that we have not got a console exclusive game or new generation exclusive game for only this generation. I'm sure they've put out some quote unquote, but let's just say, we can really say, and more so, I think it's beyond speculation to say that they were probably designed for the older hardware also, and it kind of fell off so that they can sell their new product, right? So it's kind of like, yeah. Previous generations, I could see it because, yeah, into year 3, we were starting to see some of those games. But also the difference is, in previous generations, the consoles were coming out 2, 3, 5 years behind what the PC market was at. Whereas now, I'm not going to necessarily say they're hand in hand with each other. There are some facets to where console marketing is a little bit ahead, and there's a lot of facets to where you can't compare it because PCs do so much more than just play games, even though our consoles have become kind of our media boxes now. You don't just play games in your boxes no more. You watch TV, movies, whatever the case, music, whatever the case. There's more things that are available to you now, but you can't compare the two, right? But putting SSDs in consoles was one of the biggest things and biggest transitions that we've seen, especially at the level that they implemented it at. And we still have nothing to show for velocity architecture, which was a main selling point. And then the Kraken architecture, which we still see nothing of. Although Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was supposed to be the biggest example of it. Although, come to find out, it's not.
Smoke mirrors.
Just in case anybody was curious, it's not. It's smoke and mirrors. Other games have done something similar. I've even seen Psychonauts 2 do something similar to that. Not the same, not comparing it, not taking it away from the team and the wonderful work they were able to do on Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, but it is not because of the SSD that they were able to do. Just part of their design. That's what they did. It probably helped, but we come to find out that that's not the case. So the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 are both 18 months old. Typically, console launches with a mixture of platform exclusives and some third-party games available on both the previous generation and the new one. Microsoft has put a huge focus on backwards compatibility this generation. The lack of exclusive for its platform is less surprising, but Sony doesn't exactly have a ton of next-gen titles either. If you strip out remakes and an upgraded PS5 titles that also debuted on PS4, the list is even shorter. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart and Returnal are both well regarded, and there are more games shipping between now and mid-2023, but the chance of a near-term upgrade is vanishingly small given how little use players have gotten out of the hardware they have already purchased. And then they go in a little bit talking about how things were a little bit differently in 2016. I'll read this first part and then we'll continue our conversation there. I'll pass it off to you, Pong, kind of what you think, and then I'll bounce off of you. So they're going to say things were very different in 2016 when the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One launched. One major reaction was we heard from lots of players, especially Microsoft customers, boiled down to this is it. After losing gobs of money on the Xbox 360 and PS3, both manufacturers had targeted more restrained tech specs for their next iteration. Microsoft compounded its problem by making a $100 bet on the future of game controls that didn't really pan out. And they're talking about the Kinect. The Kinect is now a military product, not a gaming product. Furthermore, 4K TVs, which have been quite new in 2013, were more common by 2016, with the new console generation still some years away. It made sense to launch high-end SKUs that would offer more console enthusiasts a better platform to game on. None of these factors are in play in 2022. So Paul, man, now coming with more information kind of coming out, and we having some time to sit on it. How do you feel about the possibility of there being a mid-gen refresh? Me personally, really quickly, I see it being more so along the lines of like the Xbox One, Xbox One S, right? Where basically the same console, but they slimmed it down and they took the power brick out of the cord because I don't know what they didn't learn from the 360 that made them think that, oh, yeah, let's implement another power brick into the Xbox One, which at some point becomes faulty, and then we're going to charge people $100 to replace the power brick. And so you can use your console again. Because I don't know if you guys remember that. If that power brick went out on your console, the extension, the middle section between your cord connected to the Xbox and the cord connected to the wall, if that went out, you had to replace it to play your console. There wasn't something else that you couldn't use a regular cord. You had to replace it to use your console. Until they came out with a revised version. They made the power supply, they put the power supply on the inside of the console, and made it simple, easy, one cord plug and play, and they've avoided a lot of issues since. But how do you feel about the new next gen refresh? Have you kind of settled in on it and say, yeah, I don't see it happening. If anything, it's probably going to be along those lines of a 1 to 1S kind of thing. Maybe slim down, better size, less hardware. Well, not less hardware, but less cost, more cost efficient things that they could implement. What are you thinking about it now, man? How are you feeling about it? You still kind of up in arms about it, or you kind of settled down and been like, okay, you've seen the light?
No, okay. Let's do this. Again, talked about this on PM with Mav, because Mav's totally cool with this. So let me go through this so that everybody here understands where I'm coming from. In theory, I have zero issues with mid-gen refresh. If this is the future, I don't have a problem with it. And we have yearly refreshes with cell phones.
Right.
We know what to expect when it comes to buying PCs, laptops, tech like that. We know that there's going to be something better, that basically from the day we buy it, it's going out of date. Okay. I understand that. I've been in the tech world for a very long time as far as buying and a fan of tech, whether it's car audio back in the
Yeah.
day, home theater systems. Bro,
Those are rabbit holes.
bro,
Those are
I
rabbit holes.
get it all. Okay.
Right.
VCRs, DVD, Blu-ray. Look, I've been through it all. Okay. So I get it. Okay. I have zero, in theory, I have zero problems with it. My problem being is that this would be a new way of doing business for consoles, okay, and for the gaming industry. Yes, we've had other things in the past. We've had, as Steele just talked about, peripherals. We've had, back in, Sega Genesis days, we had the 32X come out
Yeah.
where it added power and had specific games specifically made for the 32X. We had Sega CD come out. So again, that part is been there in the past. However, to have a mid-gen refresh come out every single generation, and for maybe this time around, because now we're on x86 architecture and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to be the same, and our games now carry forward with us our previous games. They're backwards compatible. They're all going to work on newer iterations of the actual tech itself. I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with it
Mhm.
is if Microsoft, Xbox, Sony, PlayStation, if they're going to withhold this information from us and they have these plans in the works, my problem being number one is that they need to change. If you're going to change how we are purchasing our consoles, you're going to change what I can expect from buying my piece of hardware, that it is going to be out of date sooner than 6, 7, 8, 10 years down the road. Not to say that it's not going to play the games, because it's still going to play all the games. I
Right.
understand this. But if you're going to do that, then you have to set my expectations. That's on the companies to set my expectations as a customer. Again, everybody else in tech world sets your expectations as a customer. I already know what I get when I buy a phone. I already
Right.
know that next year there's going to be a new model and mine's no longer going to be the big deal. So going to do the same thing, but the expectations are already set. So Sony and Microsoft now have to set the expectations that when I buy my series console, that in a four, and again, we're assuming that this information is real. And again, as we all
Yeah.
know, everybody's pointed out, no TCL would not have this information internally, probably, and there's no way they would release it on a slide knowing full well that Sony and Xbox would have a huge problem with this by them doing this. Okay, there's
Right.
no way. This is, again, but if this is going to happen, then I need Sony and Microsoft to come out and tell me this is what they're going to go to, that our consoles are no longer an entire generation. The one that I buy first is not going to be the same console that's going to be out at the end of the generation, that there are going to be others. And I'm not talking about form factor, slims, all that kind of stuff. That's cool.
Right.
I'm talking about if they actually increase power, if they change the tech inside and they upgrade the actual overall tech, then I need to know that up front so I can plan for it. And so that I know for a fact as a consumer that I can expect them to come out and say that that's going to happen, so that I know where they're going with their line of consoles that I'm investing in and where the ecosystem is going to go down the road. So I need them to be clear about this. I can't have them hiding the information. Now, Phil last year denied that there was any mid-gen refresh on the horizon. Okay. So for me, if you're going to go to do this, number one, you got to tell me that you're going to do this way from here on out. Number two, since you are expecting me to buy an entire piece of new hardware, unlike PC, where you can swap out individual components, if you are planning on me having to, if I want to, again, it's a choice. I get that. It's optional. I get that. But as an enthusiast, of course, I'm going to want to. You're going to expect me to buy a brand new piece of hardware. Do not, me as a customer of yours, do not tell me that you're going to expect me to go through the war again to secure one of these new pieces of hardware. If I'm already an existing customer, if I bought your brand new piece of hardware, the series console, and now you're going to release another new version that is more powerful, just like a phone, just like anything else, I want the ability that you give me that option to go to you directly to upgrade, that you have some kind of trade-in system available. I don't want to have to go to eBay and sell my series console. I want you to take my Series console, my Series X back, and then upgrade me for a difference in price to the new console. I want that system in place from you directly so that I don't have to go to GameStop, stand in line, wait outside in the morning, and then have to maybe get one, maybe not get one, or deal with scalpers online asking for double the price when your new product comes out. I don't want that from you. As a customer, I want to be respected that I invested in your new series console, and that when you decide you're going to make another one, that I have a free entry point to get another one of those new ones whenever I decide to do so, and that you give me an easy way to do so. That's my big thing here too, Steele, is that
Right.
I just want these that again, if you're going to go this route, I have zero problem with it. I'm cool with it. But you better have all these systems in place for me as a customer to make it easy. So I want this to be set up that way. And again, my final point here, Steele, my final point, and you brought it up in your opening there. My final point with this is, if you're going to sell me a series console, this generation is different than any other generation due to the pandemic, due to the chip shortages, due to a lot of different factors. This generation is working out really differently than most video game generations have in the past. Excuse me. You sold me a Series X stating that it was going to meet certain performance standards, that
Right.
I was going to see games using certain tech that you claim is inside this box. And 2 years into this generation, I don't have one example on my Series X using all the tech that is supposedly in this box. I don't have one game out here from either side. Again, we can have arguments about whether Ratchet and Clank is all that or whatever the case may
It's
be.
not. Yeah.
I expect that when I invest into my console, that before you start giving me new tech, that you give me something that proves that what you sold me up front is actually what it is, and that you actually have a system that is capable of everything that you told me it was going to do in the first place before you start talking about. This can't be the situation like, well, you know what, that Series X that you bought, yeah, we told you it was going to do, all this great stuff, 4K 60, full ray tracing, it had RDNA 2 in it, full RDNA 2, and the tool sets were
Velocity
everything on
architecture.
velocity architecture, and it was going to do all this amazing stuff. But you know what? Yeah, about that. But our new box, I promise you, our new box is going to do it. Like if you go and get this box, you spend another $200-300 to get this box, man,
Guaranteed.
you're going to get everything.
Denzel
No,
voice.
no.
I guarantee.
No.
Stand by.
Yeah. No. That's not what you do. Again, this happens everywhere. This isn't exclusive to consoles. This isn't exclusive to anything. We have a situation with Sony TVs that people who bought Sony TVs were promised they were going to have VRR within the first 12 months, and they didn't for years.
That would get me salty. That would make me salty as hell.
That's a problem. You can't. That's false advertising. There are rules against it. You can't say that your product has certain features that doesn't. We've seen TV manufacturers play around with the 4K 60, 4K 120 when technically speaking, it ain't really doing that. At the end of the day, TCL being one of those people that used to promote that you had to read the fine print and understand HDMI to understand that you weren't going to get that full experience. Look, you can't do that to customers. So that's my problem. Those are my three main problems with this deal if they're going to do this. And again, I personally, look, it's very hard. Rand and Jez talked about this on Xbox 2 yesterday as well. Rand brought up some great points that, like, it doesn't, like, I think Xbox would be happy to go through this entire generation, and any mid-gen refresh would be a size, a form factor, cooling type situation that where they just kind of reduce, what normally happens during a generation, that they wouldn't add any power. But Rand brought up a good point. If Sony feels that they have to do a PlayStation 5 Pro at some point, right, for whatever reason, whether it's to make it easier to manufacture,
I can tell you the reason, but we'll get that in a second.
Right. Whether because they've overclocked their chips and that's causing issues with their supply because they can't get as many out there, whether they decide to actually introduce full RDNA 2 from AMD to stay in line with everybody else. And I know Sony side people, I get it, that they have their own customized pieces within that box that are supposed to be kind of similar to RDNA 2 features that they don't technically have. I get that fact. Sony engineers a lot of their stuff. That's always been one of their things that they've done. It cost them the PS3, but that I understand it's there. But what I'm saying is, if they decided that they needed to just come in line with everybody, because now they're doing PC stuff, now they're doing all this other stuff, and they see Xbox where they're going, and they say, look, we want to have full RDNA 2, so we're going to come out with PS5 Pro that is smaller, that has not overclocked chips in it, but actually increases the teraflops and whatever else naturally without that overclock. And we're going to have RDNA 2 involved in it as well for the future. If they do that, then that puts Xbox in a very awkward position, Steel, if they don't have another system, beefed up system ready to go, then they're going to have to ride what they've got. And if Sony does go up and beyond what the Series X currently can do with the new PlayStation 5 Pro, then all of a sudden Phil's statements about never losing the power war again, all of a sudden comes back into play. And now you're no longer the most powerful system, whether that means anything or not. It's marketing speak. I get that. What I'm saying is it's still something you put out there into the universe. Now that comes back to bite you in the butt. So now what do you do? And on top of that, what does PlayStation do for when if Xbox just rides the series console all the way out to the end of the generation? Well, is Sony going to be ready to turn around with a PS6? Or, in King David's words, this is the last console generation, so maybe they don't care. But what do they do? So that this is going to be very interesting to see how both of these companies approach this. Again, just come out and tell me. Be clear about where you're going with this, and I'll be okay with it. Don't hide it from me and then just say, oh, by the way, next year available is going to be the Series X2. I don't want that to happen. I want them to be upfront about where they're going with their products and what I can come to expect down the road and what I have to plan for when that does happen. Again, I get all the other factors involved here. My games will still play. It's not going to be a matter that I can't play the games that are coming out because I don't have the latest and greatest tech. I get that. Just as an enthusiast, as somebody who's supporting this ecosystem, I want to know up front so that as a customer, I can make my decisions based upon good knowledge, not just all of a sudden out of the blue. Oh, by the way, yeah. We've got the real series console coming out now that's going to do everything we promised originally. I don't want that to happen. So, Steel, are you there? And can you pick up on this?
Yeah, I am here. Sorry, I was talking about some lunch options here because I'm being undecisive and I don't know what the hell I want. But I don't want anything fried for
peanut butter and jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly just isn't. I'm not in the mood for that right now.
Oh, bro, just do it. It's good.
It is good, but it's well, something I'm in the mood for. But anyway, let's talk about these media refreshes. So one of the main points that you brought up to why I will say that I do see a PS5 Pro happening before I see Xbox upgrade anything, and mainly because of the sock issue. The rumors about, again, you know how the saying goes, if there's smoke, there's fire. If the rumors are true, and again, we'll never know unless somebody else comes out directly tells us that half the socks are failing because they're overclocking and they can't maintain it, and they still get used for whatever. But unless we find out that's truth, but let's just say that is the case, and that is an issue that they're running into, because seemingly, at least if the rumor is true, that they looked over at the Xbox to see the type of performance that they were getting out of that, and they decided that they needed to up the CPU a bit so they can compete, because rumor has it also, again, there's a lot of rumors here, like to play armchair CEO, but it was also rumored that the PlayStation was going to come out a year earlier before they heard about what Xbox was doing. So I see a PS5 Pro happening if the sock issue is really as big of a problem as they're running into. And the main reason is for that is to streamline things and let it so you're not taking any losses or whatever on the hardware. Because it's one thing for your SOC to kind of come down in performance, and you see like with Xbox where they have more of an option to where, hey, if it's not good enough for the Series X, we can put it in the Series S. Easy. Boom, man, we got easy transition. We're still getting products out there, which is why people are saying that you can make 2 to 3 Xbox Series S's off of one Series X, right? Makes sense. But the only bad thing about there being a PS5 Pro, because if Sony wants to get back into the power conversation, because that's the only thing that would make sense at that point, right? Also, I mean, again, it still leads credence to, I mean, you still haven't sold us a game that proves any of the things that you sold us on also, as far as like cracking and the way the architecture is supposed to work and the SSD speeds being faster than anybody else, and you guys work specifically, and this is the specific part of the system that nobody else can compare to. You haven't shown us anything on that. Now, if PSVR 2 is going to show that, okay, you might be doing something with that, but you're still going to you're still forcing people to buy another $200 to $300 device to get that, right? So you're still talking to a niche market. To it also on a device that you only have one SKU for. The other SKU is digital, which we're not gonna ever see. Right? Let's just be honest with each other. So, but what I was gonna say, if there is a PS5 Pro, we also have to remember what Phil has said. He is not going to lose the power conversation again. That's not going, he has said that. So if they release a PS5 Pro, you can expect for a Series X Pro or Series X2 or whatever the case might be to be on the horizon, or at least something that will take advantage of the conversation, because right now we are still seeing games to where there is no real advantage one side or the other, although the Series X is supposed to be the more powerful console. Now, power is subjective, right? Everybody's going to have their own kind of idea of that, and that's also a very convoluted conversation to have. Power means a lot of different things. There's much more to power than just me slotting in a new graphics card in my computer and saying, oh, I got power. No. I also, with computer-wise, I got to have a CPU that's going to perform, that's going to be able to support it. I got to have a power supply that's going to support it. There's more things that roll into that, right? So, whereas with this, it's a little bit more streamlined. So that's what makes the conversation interesting, though, is exactly what you stated. You have not fulfilled any of the promises that you have made up to this point. Now, we can also say that about any generation, right? Oh, you haven't fulfilled the promises. We were supposed to get this. Phil, we were supposed to get VR. We never got VR. They completely gave up on that. And blatantly came out and said that's not our focus now. But that was something that you said that you were going to get to your customers. Now it's not. Okay, cool. There's a lot of this marketing speak that they do, and I definitely agree with you, Pong, where it doesn't do well for you, especially for Microsoft. Sony, again, when you're number 7 in brand recognition, you can take some hits on the marketing side, especially when you've been like the person to look to as far as getting marketing right. Although they've had some mishaps here recently, although only we who are in the know would know that. Right? Nobody else is going to know. Everybody will go, oh, I got PlayStation 5. They're hard to get because people are buying the shit out of them. That's I'm telling you. I've talked to people that are not involved in the community. They just play games every now and then. Maybe they don't. They're like, yeah, PlayStation 5 is selling out because it's a PlayStation. What do you expect? Who wants an Xbox? What is Xbox doing? That's still a conversation. So, and it kind of leads also back into the conversation where having a AAA game or first party exclusive that represents your ecosystem, again, not just about being exclusive to one box or the other. Ecosystem is the key word here, especially after everything we've talked about today. There's one thing that I want you guys to be able to take away is ecosystem. That's what we're moving into. If you want more people to be involved in your ecosystem, you have to give them a reason to believe what you sold them on. There is not a game out yet that does that. Zero. We're getting third-party games that are having a hard time performing. Elden Ring came out, it was having performance issues on the PlayStation 5. Thought it was a next-gen console. What are we doing? And sure, we can say, oh, that's dev talent, whatever else the case might be, but there's no reason why third-party games should be having performance. Dying Light, another one with me and Pong. Why is it having performance issues on my next-gen console? Why are you telling me that you can't do 1080p 60 frames on the Series S and then you release a patch that does it? What are we doing here?
It's devs, yeah.
That's dev talent at that point. Yeah. So there's more of the conversation that needs, there is more that happens. So who is going to take advantage? Your first party. Where are the games at then?
Right. That's what we got to see. Right. I'm happy with my Series X. I'm extremely happy. I don't think either you nor me, Steel, are saying we're unhappy.
No, I'm not unhappy. No.
I'm extremely happy, man. Go playing games at 60 frames is amazing, right? That is freaking fantastic. Yeah. It's just not everything that you sold me it was going to be.
As far as right now, the conversation is we're running, if the rumor has any sense of truth to it, that there's going to be a next-gen refresh. And that's all we're speaking about. Is the possibility of a next-gen refresh, which is the main reason I titled this episode that, because it is a huge conversation to have, especially when where the game's at. And you can't tell me either that Spider-Man 2 or God of War Ragnarok are going to do those things for you. Now, Spider-Man 2, maybe because it's on a PS5 only, as of thus we know, although Jim Ryan has also said that they plan to support PlayStation 4 into 2025.
Now, 2025, right. And last gen, and to point this out, Steel, a perfect example is last gen, right?
Yeah.
Last gen, the Xbox One and PS4 were capped out. Like, they were completely capped out. The devs were getting the maximum they could out of those consoles before the new
3 years in.
PS4 Pro came and before the One X came and the One S came. They were capped out. That's what I'm saying. That made sense last gen to do that, right? So,
but you're not behind. You're not behind the ball now. You're actually on the ball. You're on the ball. You're not good. You're at your series. Your new console is technically. Although, again, this is a very difficult conversation to have because PCs do more than just play games.
Correct.
So, but speaking, your consoles are performing at a certain level of like a mid-tier PC, quote unquote. I'm going to put a big quote unquote on that because, again, I don't like it when people say, oh, it's performing better than, oh, you're a mid-tier PC. Okay, but can your console do 10 things at once? No? Oh, no. Well, that's fucking why. Like, that's not a good conversation to have. Now, you can't say it's comparable. It's of that same breadth. We're talking on the same systems now, so we're going to get games of that same quality now. Well, we can get, instead of low to medium textures, we can get high to ultra textures, which is what I want. Because at the end of the day, a 1080p game with all ultra settings is going to look better than a game in 4K at low settings. Completely missed the point when putting a game at 4K at low settings. And nobody's going to understand that unless you're involved in the PC market. But that's what you're getting now. Medium. Now, I mean, yes, on your next gen consoles with things like what Xbox is implementing with upscaling your games and frame boost and coming up with ways that on the hardware level they can upscale your games. That also is similar to what a PC does. I don't just because I get a new graphics card doesn't mean that I need to go buy these games all over again. No, I just changed some settings and boom, I got better performance all of a sudden. Xbox understands that, but they're in the PC market, why PlayStation's behind the ball, which is why I can see a pro happening from out of that team. But they're also taking advantage of the PlayStation 4 hardware because it's also difficult for me to say that PlayStation 4 isn't as much as we could say those consoles were behind or whatever the case, they still put Forbidden West on that console. Forbidden West, even though it's at 30 frames, still looks like a good game. It is a very detailed game for what they got out of that hardware, which is wild to me. Again, that's dev talent though, same time. It's also first party. So I can see that. I can see that. You have to give us, like Pong was saying earlier, you have to give us a reason if there ever is going to be a mid-gen refresh. And if PlayStation is going to be the main proponent of that, you have to give people the reason for why. And we're just not at that point yet. And it's kind of dishonest to me when people say, oh, Spider-Man 2 is going to be that example. Spider-Man 2 is going to be that example? So they're going to use the same city, basically the same characters. They're going to add Venom in, add another villain in, and it's only going to be possible on a PS5. What about Spider-Man is only going to be possible on a PS5? Is Spider-Man all of a sudden going to be entering the multiverse and he's going to be swinging through portals? Oh, now Ratchet and Clank, now you got this idea, now everything has to go through portals all of a sudden? Oh, now we're in the jungle? Like I saw somebody make, oh, they're going to add extra places. What, more city? I thought they had the whole New York in there. What else are they going to add? Where's Spider-Man going to go? To San Francisco all of a sudden? Like, what are we talking about here? Spider-Man 2 is not going to be another representation of what your console can do. Unless, oh well, I mean, if the rumor about co-op was true, maybe, but it's not. So, you know, there's a lot more conversation to be had. And right now, I just don't see anything to prove that. And the Series X and PS5 are both comparable enough and are so far ahead of the curve that we're going to have to wait for those titles to come. Right? This isn't, oh, you know, this is the best we could do right now. And no. Nothing is, you're still getting games that don't have to be on an SSD, but companies like Microsoft are forcing games, which this is one thing I don't like, forcing games to run off your SSD because they deem that it has to. I don't like that. If it doesn't require an SSD, then don't force it to be on an SSD, taking up space on an upgradable part that's going to cost me $200. No, you're trying to get me to buy a memory storage device. That's what you're trying. You want me to buy another SSD card. That's why you're doing that. PlayStation, the same thing. So it's like, until we get these things under wrap, until you can make things more convenient for your consumer, again, and actually prove to people why we should be investing into these devices, or, I mean, of course, we're already invested, so that doesn't matter, but why the reason for why we got these devices in the first place was a lot built off of, one, for us who understand the capability, and two, the dreams and hopes that you sold us. Because at the end of the day, this is business, and they're selling you on dreams and hopes regardless. This has always been the case. Everybody's selling you on dreams and hopes. Cyberpunk sold us on dreams and hopes, and apparently only me and Pong enjoyed the game. So, I mean, you consider it what you want to think. You know what I'm saying? And we enjoyed it the first week it came out. So, hey, and that was the worst time. So it's just like, and we can also be honest and have that conversation and say, no, they lied to us. Now, 85% of the stuff they said was going to be in the game is not in the game. Right. And it's the same thing with these consoles, man. Like, Spider-Man says Spider-Man's going to Alabama. I hope not. There's not many buildings trees out this way. I'm just saying. A lot of country.
Going to fight gators in Florida. Talk about
Spider-Man's going to Miami.
Yeah. South Beach, baby.
To fight gators.
Some gators.
He's gonna come to Steele's house so he can wrestle the gators in my backyard.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's just, we Pong's point is definitely one of my main points. If there's going to be a next generation, well, not next generation, if there's going to be a mid-gen refresh, then give me a reason for that. And I just, at this point, almost 3 years in, almost 2 years in, I should say, going to go into 3 years at the end of the year, we just haven't seen that yet. There are some things over the horizon, but nothing quite proving it. And that's the main point that needs to be focused on before anything else, right? So, again, I don't see it happening. I see it more along the lines, the same thing what PlayStation did, where they went from a PlayStation 4 to a PlayStation Slim, because Or like what they did with PlayStation 3, they went from a fat boy to the slim, well, I called it the George Foreman grill. And then Xbox 360 and Xbox One have done the same thing. It's that 2 to 3 years later, they're coming with a revised version. Smaller, more compact, more power efficient.
Reduction in cost. That's what it's all about.
Reduction in cost is the biggest thing, right? And especially with all this pandemic and everything happening, you know, because R&D doesn't stop. So you know that as soon as things start getting back to normal, some form of normalcy, which we're kind of seeing, although I know people like to write off COVID and the pandemic and everything else, but it's still a prevalent thing. It's still something that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Places are still getting locked down for it. There's still a lot there. We also have a war that's happening across the world. Like, there's a lot of things that are in place, a lot of...
Monkeypox, Steel.
Yeah, monkeypox. Yeah, there you go. There's just so many things or wrenches that could get thrown into the cog that we can't anticipate what's going to happen. And it's not like previous generations where things were going smooth, right? We didn't have all these issues and supply chain issues and, oh, I can't get this. And where before it was more like, oh, people are just buying shit and selling it at a higher price because they're dicks. Now it's just like, oh, no, I just can't get it. That hasn't been an issue until these last couple of years. So it's going to be hard to kind of predict where things are going to go, but you can guarantee your bottom dollar. Once things get to some form of normalcy, as we're kind of starting to see here now, as we're starting to get a kind of control on some things, that they're going to definitely going to hit the fences with a revised version, get those costs down, especially when they see that they're making more money. They're not taking losses this time around. So they're going to look for a way to make even more money. Why? Because that just helps support their ecosystem. So that's kind of my thoughts on it, man. I don't think it's anything to be up in arms about, nothing out of the normal expectation other than getting costs down. And if they do put out a mid-gen refresh, I'm right there with you, Pong. At least tell the people, be up front, be honest, and make sure that you've given me a reason why I need this device other than, oh, I know I said this before, but yeah, this time around, I guarantee it.
This time we're gonna get it right.
Yeah, we're gonna no. Now we're moving backwards again. Like, that's not what we want. So no. Is there anything else that you'd like to add on with that, man?
No. Still, I think we killed it, brother. I got my words out, man. It is what it is. So they're gonna do what they're gonna do. It's business at the end of the day. Again, Sony, Microsoft. It's on them to set expectations for the customers, and I just want them to both understand that again, if this is the new way, I get it because other tech works this way, right? It's fine, but then you, as the ones that are makers of this tech, that again, like Steele pointed out that I missed when I pointed that out as well. You're selling a product that is basically set up to do one thing and one thing only. You have to come out and be upfront with your consumers and saying, hey, this is the new way of doing things. This is what we are going to be doing going forward. This is what you can expect. This is how we're going to help you as our customers also, be able to have as easy as a transition as possible as we move forward with this new way of doing tech. That's all I want. That's all I want from them at the end of the day, is just to come out and be upfront. So that's all I expect.
100%.
Yep.
Kind of touches on some small things as we kind of wind down the show a little bit, unless there's another big topic that you kind of want to throw into the wrench. We also got the announcement for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Again, it's the follow-up to Jedi Fallen Order. It's a game that I still need to get back in. I need to finish. I think I was about either halfway or 3/4 of the way through the game. And I put it down. Again, multiplayer experiences are always going to rule my world versus single-player games, and that's an unfortunate thing. Because at the end of the day, it just comes down to timing, right? And depending on what I got going on, as I was kind of talking to you guys earlier, I'm listening to multiple things. I'm a dad, so it's like I don't really have all the time to sit here, pause. Nah, I'd rather jump into a match, kill a few people, catch some bodies, and then hop off. take a break, whatever the case, whatever I got to do, right? That's just me, unfortunately. But I definitely want to get back into it because I love Star Wars. I love what I was playing out of Fallen Order. I know Yobi was out there on the campaign saying, replace Cal Kestis, he's trash. He's a very shallow character. I didn't really get those feelings from him. I liked him as a character in the universe. At least from my experience, from what I got from the relationship between him and his master, reminded me of exactly what I wanted out of Star Wars. Kind of what I got from the Obi-Wan show that came out. No spoilers here, but the first episode of the Obi-Wan show kind of goes back to, and it hit me in the feels, I can be completely honest, where it goes through 1, 2, and 3 and everything that happened between the relationship from Anakin and Obi, or from Obi-Wan and his mentor, and then from Obi-Wan to Anakin, and seeing that transition and seeing how that progressed kind of just solidified to me why I love those first 3 movies. I understand why people don't, but it also made me again understand why I love Star Wars. So anytime that you put out an excellent game, again, hats off to Vince Zampella. As a guy who has a specialty in first-person shooters, to put out a game for their first time out and make it feel so true to the genre that it's almost defining for a Star Wars game. Like, this is the quality that you would expect for a narrative-driven Star Wars game. Not everybody loves the gameplay because it is a little bit soulish, where, you know, or whatever the case, and everybody likes that, but it's still top tier echelon, or something that we should expect. But nonetheless, the announcement of Star Wars Jedi Survivor is an interesting thing. Again, I feel like the title says it in itself. If you played the first game, even me, I haven't completely beaten the first game. I do have an understanding still that he was kind of this last hope. He's trying to find other Jedi around him. So kind of in that search, and this is kind of going to iterate on that and kind of dive deeper into it. They also came out and said that this is supposedly going to be a much darker game than the first one, which is always good to me. I love to see Star Wars go down that dark route, because for me personally, I feel like, especially after Disney, I don't like what they did with Luke in the new movies. I completely hate that shit. That shit just makes no fucking sense to me. They made him seem like a bitch, and he's not that. Again, to me personally, that's not ever what I pictured from Luke. So I like when Star Wars just has the opportunity to tread that fine line of the gray side, right? Because everything isn't light and dark. The light does some evil shit. The dark does evil shit. They both have their downs and outs, but it's like that yin and yang conversation. I was having this conversation with my daughter the other day, is that it's always amazing to me when people understand that there is a yin and yang to everything. There's not just one side, and you don't have to paint just one side to tell a story. Give me the light and give me the dark, and then give me the in between, because life is gray. Life is not black and white. Life is gray. So when these IPs or these franchises that are fantasy, they're completely non-fictional, and they touch on those realistic aspects and make it seem more real to us. Because I think that's the other thing that we also like about these IPs and things, is that maybe we expect some of that is what we expect the future to look like, right? Which is why we get so invested. Yeah, I can see me 50 years from now holding a lightsaber. You goddamn right. People are working on it, right? Bro, if I ever get my hands on a lightsaber, you might as well
God help us all.
You might as well put me in jail. If I ever get my hands on the Force, hey, I'm gonna hit. I don't know if I should hit up Pong, because Pong's gonna make us go evil. I don't think that's the way we want to go. See, now that's not the way we want to go. See, we're gonna die in the first season.
Oh, look, Steel, that ain't right. I wouldn't necessarily go full Sith.
No, I know, I'm teasing, but maybe that's part of it. But again, knowing that games are starting to take, again, and we don't know how dark it is. People can say, "Oh, I shot somebody and that's dark." Like, I shot him in the head and that was dark. Like,
Steel, there was such a thing in the old Star Wars lore as gray Jedi.
Yeah, I know.
So and that's that yeah. So
They
you
never
know
touch
that,
on
so.
that shit though.
Right. Of course they won't. And again, that's since they wiped out all the canon, like a bunch of morons. Maybe we never see that, but that is the obvious. When there's balance between light and dark, then there has to be a middle ground as well. And they say for them to never go there. But that's where I would be. I would be more gray Jedi.
No, I mean, and honestly, those are the strongest Jedi because
Yeah.
you have a little bit of both. You understand both, and there has to be balance because that's life. Dragon Hearts Joby says, "Yo, we can lead the team of Florida, the Florida Jedi. Let's go." 100%. He also says, "Yo, they straight up trash Luke. I want him to go ape shit crazy on the Sith, man. I enjoy what I saw, but truly heartbroken. Yeah, nothing to take away from it. Like he went hard, but like astral projecting yourself and then that being the reason why you die, like, and then him banning himself to like,
No, that's not what Luke would have done. None of that is what Luke would have done. None of it. None of it.
That's a different conversation to have.
Again, I'm not getting on my rant.
Yeah, that's a different especially after everything he went from Obi-Wan to Darth Vader. Like, come on, dude. Anyway,
nope.
Anyway, that's a whole different conversation. Says Splint Different says, how about bringing a guest on for episode 60? I could think of a few people. Man, I'll tell you what. We do have something working in the background. I actually need to start that conversation back up here shortly. I don't know if we'll be able to do it for episode 60. We might try to do something, but we may end up doing something. At least my idea of it is where we do something like on a back-to-back kind of weekend. So not like spending 2 hours here and then 2 hours there. More so like a, one weekend here, then next weekend we do it there, kind of thing. And for those who don't know, sorry if you're not informed, but there are other shows out there that do share our time slot that we have been in conversations with, and we will continue those conversations because, like I say here all the time, in the words of my guy Everborn Saga, gaming as art, it should be treated as such, even though he doesn't ever say that shit anymore. I can't stand them.
You took it over.
He said it that one time, and then I've just been running with it ever since.
Yeah.
It hit me. It made sense to me, and that's the other. Like that's such a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Or when somebody puts that idea out there, and it like correlates with you perfectly, and then you just kind of carry that mantle. Which, if he doesn't want to carry it, I'm pretty sure he still feels that way, regardless, as a dev himself and everything. But and as an artist himself too. Check out Everborn Saga, guys, if you haven't. Excellent, man. The man has the potential to be definitely up there as far as like I recognize like a Disney or something like that at some point, depending on how deep it goes. But other than that, so definitely be on the lookout of that. That is something that we are currently working on. But with that being said, Pong, if there's not anything else that you would like to lead up with, any other small things that you'd like to add in really quickly? Do you want to talk about these Sony movies that they're releasing?
No, that's okay. We don't have to. We can have that conversation. We can have that conversation
movie.
As we get closer. Again, it goes back to IP and why, again, yes, for anybody who doesn't know, they announced that Horizon is coming to Netflix. God of War is coming to Amazon. And they're going to do a freaking Gran Turismo.
Bro, I saw that and rolled my eyes.
But did you hear who they're in talks with to do that? Steel.
I believe I did, but go ahead.
Neil Blomkamp.
Yeah.
Look, District 9 is one of my favorite movies. I got a lot of favorite movies.
I love District 9.
District 9 is fantastic. Okay?
A lot of people don't get it, but
the whole right. But the whole thing is Steel. What I want to say about this, like if they pull that out and they're gonna have Neil Blomkamp, I don't know how he's gonna do it. I don't know how they translate Gran Turismo, but whatever they decide to do. Okay. If they get Neil Blomkamp, this goes back to, again, the point that I had made when we talk about WB and Microsoft jumping into entertainment industry as a whole. This is why I want them to go just buy the whole kit and caboodle, buy Discovery, buy Warner Brothers, buy it all. Get people who understand. And I know, Steel, you like the Halo series, so I'm not.
Yeah.
Again, there's a lot of people that like Halo series. Okay. But what I'm going to say here is that Sony, because of their history in movies and TV, they have people in place who understand certain things and how to get it done and how to do it right. Not to say that all their stuff is going to turn out fantastic, not to say that everything's going to be perfect when it comes to these shows. But again, we'll find out more when we see The Last of Us and how they adapt that. But what I am going to say is that Neil Blomkamp, a long time ago, for people who don't know, put out Halo short. Okay, created a Halo short back in the day when they were talking about doing a Halo movie. Neil
Right.
Blomkamp threw his hat in the ring
It,
and put,
I think it
bro,
looked fucking stellar.
that was
That's
how
what I
long ago?
wanted.
That was like what, 7 years ago?
That
8
was like,
years ago?
yeah, almost a decade ago. Yeah, that's what
what
got me excited.
bro, Neil Blomkamp
Yeah.
had a fantastic vision of
That
how
shit
to
looked-
do Halo
That looked
back
crazy.
then. And why they did not go back to him this timer, I have no idea. That has been on my, again, as a casual Halo fan. When I watched that short that he did, I was like, yo, I would go to the big screen to watch this if they get Neil Blomkamp to do freaking Halo. Again, this just goes to show that Sony, again, with their experience in the entertainment industry as a whole, does get things like this right. And they understand what it means to take an IP from video games to movies and TV. And again, we'll have to wait and see. It's all wait and see. But even from what I've seen from behind the scenes of The Last of Us, the adaptation that they're going for, even if they've changed some things, and even if they decide to change the story to make it fall in line with The Last of Us 2, fine, fine, fine. Again, there's only one Last of Us for me, but whatever. They still seem to have the idea down packed. Like it looks like The Last of Us. It
Yeah.
looks like I'm watching a video version of my game, right? That I love. So I just think that that's why I think Xbox, Microsoft in particular, if they're going to jump in this entertainment industry, that's why you go get people that know what they're doing here. Because man, I think it was a missed opportunity not to bring Blomkamp back on for the Halo series. I think it would have been fantastic. I think he had a great vision, and I would have loved to see what he did with it as a more straight up sci-fi, you know, transition from the video game, not trying to do something different, which again, I can appreciate and I don't have a problem with, and I know you're enjoying it. But man, for the fans out there who do have a problem with it, Neil Blomkamp would have brought real like video game to life in that format, and I think it would have been awesome to see what he did do with it. That's all I'm going to say about that. But a lot of people are excited. Sony is expanding their IPs into the entertainment world, which is awesome because you and I've talked about it here. That's what's happening now. Entertainment as a whole is consolidating. These IPs are so damn valuable when you can do this with them, and I love seeing Sony do it with theirs. Whether they hit or don't hit, the fact that they're trying with their IP to get a wider audience to know God of War, to know Horizon, that's huge at the end of the day. I love that they're doing it. Just to go back to your Jedi Survivor, 2023, Grub is saying February, March. 2023 just got a whole lot better with the confirmation that this is coming. Jedi Fallen Order, obviously we know the story. It should have been up for Game of the Year.
It should have.
It should have been. It got lost because it didn't make the mark, and then the next year nobody went back and voted for it, and it should have been in that conversation for sure. Now they enter a extremely, at least on paper, as we speak right now, especially with Starfield moving to 2023. You got Breath of the Wild 2 coming out in 2023. Oh,
insane.
They just, so I'm hoping, and again, Steel, I think you mentioned that the Survivor is going to be current gen only, which is huge. They talked about that a little bit yesterday. They specifically talked about the lighting. They're going to be able to go to real-time lighting this time around, which, man, with those lightsaber battles, brother, it is going to be
I am excited.
I
am excited.
But I love the fact that they're taking it forward. I know that some people didn't like Cal. From what I played, and I haven't beat Fallen Order yet. I got to get back to it just like Steel does as well. But I do understand people who think that Cal's a little boring. I haven't gotten far enough where I can judge it completely yet. But I think that it's more the time frame that Fallen Order was set in, where he just kind of figured out that he was that he had the force power, that that started. Now that they're taking Survivor and advancing it 5 years, and that now it feels like where he was a nuisance to the Empire, he was just a bug to be squashed. Now he's trouble. Now he's a problem for the Empire, and their focus is all on him. And it seems like he's growing, much like I used this example last night. I use this example. It's like Luke in Empire Strikes Back going to Return of the Jedi, right? That transition that kind of happened off screen, we saw him moving that way, but all of a sudden he shows up in Return of the Jedi, and you're
he's
like,
a fucking monster.
Yo, what happened, Luke? What have you been doing, brother? So I think that's what they're doing with Cal, and I think this is extremely smart by Zempel and his team at Respawn. And if the story falls in line with that, where now he's a real issue for the Empire, and that he's going to be in much more extreme situations, much bigger battles, much more powerful enemies than he first faced in Fallen Order. I think that's going to ramp this game up even more. They're going to be able to add, now that they have Fallen Order behind them, now that they're taking this to a future version of Cal where his powers have grown, we're going to be able to see even more force powers brought into play. I have a feeling better lightsaber play even from him. Current gen only PC is going to be able to let them give us more effects on screen, more enemies on screen, better AI. Bro, this really could be a special Star Wars experience. Like you said, anytime Star Wars comes out, I get excited, even if I have a feeling that it might not be what I was looking for, because I have very specific things I like out of Star Wars. I still think that the potential for us to get a freaking ridiculously good Star Wars game is always what gets me hyped. And with the pedigree now, with Fallen Order behind them and what they learned from that, taking it now to this next level of Survivor, I can't wait to see what Zempel and his team got planned for us. And this will definitely be on my list for day one next year. For sure, next year is going to be a special year in video game on paper right now. Hopefully, everything is lining up where everything's going to actually hit next year. Man, is next year going to be special. I can't wait for this one, though. Survivor's looking great.
Yeah, 100%. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to say we're going to go ahead and wind down the show. But I say wind down, but we got to get into the most important part, which is this day.
Hold on, Steel. Sorry. Dragonheart Yobi, 1000% agree with you. Star Killer is one of the best characters ever created for the Star Wars universe. I am extremely upset that he is not canon. I'm extremely upset that they won't go back to Unleashed. I understand why he broke rules. He broke rules.
It's like
Lucas hated the idea of him. As a Star Wars fan, though, Star Killer was freaking amazing, and I wish they would bring him back. That was like that's up there with KotOR as one of my all-time Star Wars games. I absolutely love Star Killer. Agree with you no matter what.
Yeah, Star Killer would have broke Star Wars in ways that I don't think we would have been ready for. Like you would have he's literally the strongest out there. Like nobody compares to him. Like you would have.
He was manufactured as a force vessel is basically what it was. He was manufactured to just suck the force in and put it out in any way that he felt. That's what he was. Crazy.
Yeah, so it's like what do you do with that story, right? Other than he's just gonna go kill everybody. Like at the end of the day, like there's no competition for that. There's no villain for that. There's no hero for that. Nothing.
When he brings down that Star Destroyer,
doesn't he only do it with the Force?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Who is doing that?
Like, yes. Like when Rey stops that ship in midair. That's what I went back to again, we're not going to get into it, but that's what I went back to instantaneously. I'm like, and Star Killer took down a freaking Star Destroyer with the Force, man. Oh my God. I can't. Oh,
yeah, that's a whole different, like when you understand Star Wars, you understand that that's like, okay, yeah, nobody's fucking with you, dude. Like, I don't
look how much energy it took Yoda to raise the X-wing out. it took Yoda. Yoda was tired after bringing up this X-wing out of the swamp. Hey, here's Star Killer just casually bringing down a Star Destroyer.
That shit is fucking. That shit is.
Yeah.
That's some anime type shit right there. But all right. So, but with this point, it's time to get into this day in gaming, otherwise known as Make Pong Feel Old segment. Now, again, this isn't here to make you feel old. This is here so we can reminisce about where gaming has come from to kind of where it is today. We go back about 30 years into the past, dig up some titles that you might remember, that me and Paul might remember, and we kind of have a discussion about them and just list them out, because again, gaming is art, should be treated as such, and I always think it's just an amazing thing to see kind of where we have come, right? So let's get into. All right. So, isn't it a Star Killer probably the one in the tank in Jedi Survivor trailer? If they take it that direction, that's going to be really interesting. I don't know. Nobody can decide who that is in that Bafta tank that they showed in that trailer. Some dude with white hair. Maybe it's Sephiroth. They pulled him out of Final Fantasy and put him in Star Wars. I don't know.
I said it last night on Xbox Ultimate because we did talk about that too as well. And my guess is that they could be borrowing from the fact that the Empire was known to be experimenting on actually manufacturing Force users as weapons, and that he could be in that line. I don't think they'll make him Star Killer or they'll make him as powerful as Star Killer, but I could see them treading into that territory because the Empire was known to do that they were always looking for ways to manufacture Force users as weapons. Hence why, former Jedi became Inquisitors and all that kind of stuff back in the day. Yeah. So,
I mean, if they take it that way, it's definitely going to be an interesting way to take it. And I mean, it would be a chance for them to kind of rewrite that story so that it makes more sense within the universe. Again, Star Killer himself doesn't make sense. You just put somebody in there that completely breaks everything. So I don't know. It could be an interesting perspective if that's like your final battle. Your final battle is against this new Star Killer. That would set some high precedent. I think that would take that game to new heights that a lot of people might not be ready for. But get back into this day in gaming segment. So in 1992, 30 years ago, Genesis released Kid Chameleon. This game sounds familiar to me, but I don't remember it. That sounds familiar to me.
Kid Chameleon, amazing, bro. Kid Chameleon back in the day, hell yeah, man. Got all different kind of powers and skills and stuff. Oh yeah, Kid Chameleon was a deal back in the day, man.
And Jigga J, Yoda was old, sure, but like
one of the most powerful Force users.
He's also
ever.
supposed to be one of the most powerful Force. So it's like the X-wing out of the swamp.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that was his last hoorah. I don't know. It's just weird. Whatever. Then in 1993, Super Nintendo released SOS in Japan. Then the Genesis released Snow Bros in Japan.
Snow Bros.
Okay. Then in 98, PlayStation released Lunar Silver Star Story Complete in Japan. And then PlayStation released...
excellent. Lunar. Freaking amazing series, yes.
Nice.
Yes.
And then PlayStation released World Soccer Jikyu, winning 11-3, World Cup France 98. God damn, what a title.
The Japanese and their titles, man. I'm telling you. The Eastern side of things, man. You just got to give these complex names to their games. Like they tell you everything that's in that game. Like
exactly. Then in 2001, again, classic, Dreamcast released Crazy Taxi.
Absolutely amazing.
Fucking great game.
Still love Crazy Taxi.
Fucking still great game. I don't know how they would ever revitalize that in current day, but it was
coming. Games as a service, MMO. Sega's talked about it. Bro, we're gonna be competing for customers, racing against time. In a giant city in the cloud, baby. It's gonna be
oh my god. And then in 2002, PlayStation 2 released Aggressive Inline.
Okay.
Then in
Yeah,
2000
Dragonheart Yobi, that was a discussion we had last night too. Everybody told me I thought it was a female, but I was watching it on my phone in the tank in Survivor. But everybody last night on Xbox Ultimate said they all watched it on the big screen and it's broad shoulders and they showed chest, which was a male chest. So I thought it was a female first too.
and just yeah, and just because they have long hair doesn't mean that it's a female.
No, but they did have the facial features kind of were feminine, but it just could have been the look as it was underneath the water. Again, I was watching on my phone. I haven't watched it back on my big screen yet to see. But
Maybe I'm just jaded because a lot of times in anime you get guys that look like girls, so it's like
absolutely. Yeah.
It's not. If it's
they got
it's a guy,
feminine
it's a guy.
qualities. Yeah,
Yeah, you know, we won't know. We'll end up finding out. And then in 2004, PlayStation 2 released Smash Court Tennis Pro Tournament 2. Then in 2008, PC released not only Mass Effect, shout out to Mass Effect. Definitely has the best story. 2 is the better game though. And then PC released Virtual Villagers 3: The Secret City. Okay. Virtual Villagers, huh? Then 2009, the DS released a title that a lot of people are definitely have a lot of love for. Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth.
Ace Attorney's awesome.
Never got into it myself, but definitely understand.
Yeah.
PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires. Not the Dynasty Warriors. I've had some of the most funnest times in those games.
Me and my kiddo used to play them all the time.
Fucking great co-op game.
Yeah.
Oh my
great
god.
co-op.
Oh my god, I used to love the shit out of those games. Then PSP released in 2009 Half Minute Hero.
Cool.
Maybe that has something to play off of like 1 minute, man. Only certain people are gonna get that reference. Anyway, then in 2010, PC released Alpha Protocol.
Yes. Bring it back, Obsidian. God, they got to cut a deal with Sega and do another one. They have to.
Yo, Yobi, you are fucking on fire over here. Cal Kestis needs to fall on his own lightsaber and wipe himself.
Oh, Yobi, what are we gonna do? We love you, brother. You're a legend, man.
Much
You're a
love.
legend.
Oh my god.
He really has it out for Cal, man.
No, he is not messing with that man, bro.
I don't think I've heard discussions about whether or not Cal's exciting and whether he's a little boring, but man, Yobi's like, Yobi's got hate.
Get that man up out of here. Oh god, that's funny. Then in 2012, PlayStation Vita released Resistance: Burning Skies.
Coming back, rumor has it. I believe the Resistance series will be coming back. Sony needs that in their diversity lineup for sure. Resistance is great. I loved Resistance.
Yeah, and apparently, speaking of older titles, apparently they're releasing a new Killzone game that's going to be in VR.
Whoa,
that's going to be interesting.
Okay, all right, go for it, Sony.
Then in 2013, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Grid 2. That was actually Grid 2. Those grids were really good because they kind of fit in that empty space a little bit.
Mm-hmm. A little bit.
So
they were a good mix of sim and arcade
at the time.
I actually enjoyed the
I like Grid 2 back then. Yeah. Then in 2015, Wii U released Splatoon in Japan.
Don't get the appeal.
I
just
think it probably be fun. I don't like inking all over the map. I don't know. Maybe it's fun. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't have enough time. Or, no, I'm not going to say I don't have enough time. Well, I mean, that's part of it. But I don't have enough interest to try a Splatoon game.
Hey, Jigga, Alpha Protocol, if you decide to try it out, it's not backwards compatible. But if you got a 360 and you decide to try it out, listen, it's Obsidian. So you're getting great, RPG effects, but they cut off the funding to that and didn't give them the time to finish it. So they wrapped up production. And it is janky. It's a AA. It's not what you consider a AAA Obsidian, even though it was supposed to be AAA. But man, as far as one of the only spy RPGs that I can ever think of, think Splinter Cell mixed with RPG, it is so unique. It's worth a playthrough. It's got some really cool mechanics to it when it get down to the skills and that kind of stuff. There's some cool stuff. It's pretty basic because it is 360 era, and it's not going to wow you in any way, shape, or form. But man, it is one that had so much potential, and that's why I say Obsidian. And Obsidian's talked about going back to it again. They've tweeted at Sega a few years ago about it, and I'm hoping with the partnership and the close ties that Xbox now has with Sega, that eventually Obsidian can get that IP back and work on it, because it did have a ton of potential for sure.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
And then let's see. In 2018, we had Xbox One release Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released Kingdom Come Deliverance Royal Edition. I know a lot of people like that game. Then in 2019, PC released Outer Wilds, not to be confused with Everwild, a game that we may not ever see release. What if I make Tinder X a mod? I wonder what that's going to do.
Man, shout out to Tinder X for showing up each and every Saturday here as well. This is fantastic.
Hey, maybe they'll get those views up. Now I'm playing.
Yeah, exactly. What's new information? Wait, hold on. Dragonheart, type in the chat. What's new information, brother?
Yeah, let us know what you're speaking to, Dragonheart.
Yeah.
Unless he's talking about the Alpha Protocol talk that you
it's possible. Yeah. Go ahead and type it in the chat.
And then in 2020, Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released Bug Fables: The Everlasting Sapling. I guess Bugsnax wasn't too far off. I didn't know that they lost funding to finish it completely. Wow.
Yeah. No, they had. I believe that again. This is old brain here, Dragonheart. So I'm going back, and this is prior to internet stuff, right? So, but going back, I believe the articles were that they had asked Sega for more time and more money to finish a protocol, and Sega cut them off and said, "Nope, finish it up." And that's why the game came out as buggy as it did, and why they had bigger plans for it than even what's in that game. So if I remember correctly, but yeah, that's what happened. Is Sega said, nope, finish it up, you get what you get. So,
see, and that's another thing that was kind of like it's a beautiful thing, because I mean that's definitely a double-edged sword too, to where there was that pressure. Get the game done. No, you don't get no extra time. Get it done.
Yep, get it done. Get it out.
That was the kind of perspective back in the day. So I know a lot of people say, oh, well, we don't get these games now. Oh, what's going on? And it's like, well, do you want them to have more times? Do you want them to be like back in the day where it was just forced and then you got what you got? I don't know. Like you don't want the games to be updated later, but then you do. Like, I don't know. Then last but not least, in 2020, Nintendo Switch released Shantae and the Seven Sirens.
So good, underrated, 2D, just platformer. Man, she's such a cool little character, a genie type character. It's an awesome. All their games, there's like a lot of Shantae games too. I've played probably 3 or 4 of them. Man, I just love them every time. I don't finish them, of course, because I'm a grazer, but I love what I play when I play them. They're really cool. They're fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of episode 58, and that was your This Day in Gaming segment. I have to again tell you, thank you for joining us today on Living Splitscreen, where we do another almost 4-hour show. Again, don't understand how we always make it happen, but it happens, and I'm forever grateful for it, because it always keeps me energized. It kind of gets my day going. So, but with that being said, on your way out, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed, share it out with a buddy. Also, again, like I mentioned earlier in the beginning of the show, if you have a chance, you can find us on audio platforms, or if you listen to us on audio platforms, definitely leave a review. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know how much you're enjoying it, how much you don't like it. Let us know what we can improve on. We only want 5-star ratings that you feel are worthy of that rating. I don't want anything just because I asked for it, you're going to do. No, I want honest opinions. Again, we can't help the community grow and really open up the conversation and reach the people that we want to reach. Again, we may not reach 3 billion people, but that is the goal. We want to be able to talk to everybody across the world, have different conversations, get the chat more involved, because I feel like that's what drives the gaming community more so than anything else. And the more that we can expand that in a proper light, not with, because, you know, you can have jokes, you can be funny, you can, you know, we can have some of the console war, but the unnecessary drama and living online and like, look, ladies and gentlemen, play your games, enjoy what you play, know who you are as a gamer, know who you are as a person, more importantly. And other than that, I have to follow up with, you can find me, Steel Rain, the T is a 7, everywhere. If it has a search bar, you will find me. That's Google, that's YouTube, that's Facebook, that's Twitter, that's Instagram, whatever the case may be, Xbox, whatever. Type it in, you will find me. Hit me up in the DMs. Let's get some gaming in, or whatever the case. A lot of times, again, you hit me up, I'll tell you straight up whether I'm caught up, whether I'm busy, whether I'm doing something else, or whatever is going on. I don't mind doing that. Again, it's part of it. We all have our own things going on. Real life is always going on behind the scenes. Can never forget about that. I know a lot of people make it seem like it's, oh, this is my life. No. There's so many other things that are going on behind the scenes. And then other than that, every Saturday morning right here, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, catch me again with Living Splitscreen, giving you that live, raw, and uncut, authentic, organic gaming enthusiast passion that you can only find right here on this channel as I hit my mic and almost destroy my whole life. With that being said, though, gotta pass it off to my brother from another man. Again, another beautiful show to have with you. Hopefully we can get some gaming in later on, if you're not too busy, whatever the case may be. But with that being said, lead the people to victory. Let them know where they can find you at. And again, man, much love, much appreciation. And another great episode.
Yeah, Steel, this is what I'm talking about, brother. Living Split Screen, 4 hours yet again. This is, like Steel said, it gives us energy to do this. You people out there in the chat listening live, you guys give us that energy as well, because we feel the passion and we love to just discuss things as gamers with other gamers. And that's what this is all about here every Saturday right here on Living Split Screen. So thank you all for being here. Much love, all respect, all the time for all of you. Again, thank you all who wish me happy birthdays. I appreciate every single one of you. For those of you listening to us in the future, you are loved and respected as well, because again, all of you make this stuff go. We would not be here without you. So please, 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 if you do enjoy what we are doing, like Steel says, please give us those likes. Please give us those 5-star ratings. If you're listening to audio, please share us out. Tell some other people about us. But you know what? Great Saturday. Great start to my Saturday, Steel, after one heck of a week, man. So this is a reprieve, man. So this has been great. And we will get some gaming in, because I do need some gaming in my life right now. Other than that, listen, people, Pong Soul Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. You know where to find me there. Tonight, I'll be back on the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, Fuzzy, you know the drill. We end your Saturday the right way. So join us and bring your questions, because PTK has started this thing, started about a month ago, where the last part of the show, for about the last hour, half hour, whatever time we got left, he is giving the audience, the chat, time to ask questions and give us topics that we want to discuss, and we will go through and do that. So please bring your questions, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, PTK Blam's channel. And then Tuesday is Xbox Factor Podcast. I may or may not be there. I probably won't be there this week, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Boomstick, who was in the chat earlier, one of the best in the business, one of the best in the community, just an awesome human being. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Mav, Boxer Burger, DJ, N64 Josh. Steel shows up from time to time on Xbox Factor Podcast. Listen, join Tuesdays. It's all the good stuff green that you want. Be there every Tuesday. Thursday nights, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, over on Fun Speculations channel. Again, another two-man show with guests every once in a while, but otherwise it's just me and Mav doing the same exact style right here, just talking about the topics. We go through 2-3 topics. We don't go for 4 hours over there like Steele and I do, but we still get 2+ hours in on your Thursday nights. Be there. It's a great time. Mav and I have an awesome community going over there as well. And then back at it, Fun Speculations channel again, Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time for Xbox Ultimate. Never know how many of the fam are going to show up, who's going to show up there. It's always a great time, though. We go left. We had Slow-Mo backslap on last night. Shout out to Slow-Mo. Great time talking with him. But Friday nights don't get much better than Xbox Ultimate. So be there, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, be back here, God willing, life willing, on Living Splitscreen next Saturday. Season 2 is rolling right along. Mission 1K is still in effect. People, continue to help us any way you can, or any way that you want to. We appreciate every single one of those things. So please do that. Otherwise, it is the golden age of gaming, people. The news has been a little slow. But guess what? It's going to be ramping up real quick here. You guys didn't see it. Jeff Keighley put out a tweet yesterday and said, enjoy the long weekend because the next couple of weeks are about to get crazy. So, hey, listen up. It is going to be of that time of the year. We're getting Sony State of Plays. We're getting Xbox showcases. We're getting all the other companies jumping in on the fun. We're getting the Keighley show, Summer Games Fest. Look, man, it's going to be a blast. This is the time of year. It's Christmas for gamers, and it's not going to be any different this year. It's just going to be even more interesting, especially on the Xbox side of things. So buckle up. Golden Age of Gaming is here. Play what you love what you play, and I'm going to talk to you all real soon. And keep those energy demons away from each and every single one of you. Mute, block, ignore, do what you got to do. Protect your energy. Talk to you all real soon.
Facts. And the Dragonheart Yobi makes a request. He says, before you leave, you want to bring up my latest tweet, please? What are you looking at?
What do we got? What
are you talking about, Dragonheart Yobi? You gotta hit me with that link. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Give me a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are coming up on the back end here. Oh, he put Mando in.
Oh, what are you doing, Dragonheart?
Look at you. That up. Look at you, PCMRing it up. Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on. Here we go. I'll pull it up for you. I don't mind doing that. Funny.
Covered up.
I put Halo in
Cal's
Sifu,
face.
so I put it. I put it in. I put Master Chief and Sifu. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's Mando in. There is Mando in.
He's trying to erase Cal from history. Here is what he's doing.
Replacing him with Mando.
I feel you, Dragonheart. There's a lot of Star Wars I would erase if I could too. So I get it, brother.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I saw him making that post yesterday too. That was funny. All right.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. For those on the audio side, greatly appreciate you for listening for the full time. If you have listened to us for the full time, and other than that, you can catch us next weekend right here, episode 59, Living Splitscreen, back at it again, and we'll see you guys. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. Get some gaming in, enjoy your family, and stay safe. Much love.
Later, everybody.